All right, good morning. Looks like we're good to go. Um, and in Mr. Barrick's absence, Mr. Carter's going to step in and be our chair and sort of keep us moving along on our agenda. You'll notice that on the agenda, we've got application reviews. There's 4 before you. First of all, we'll need to, if the chair, our de facto chair, is willing to call it to order, we'll go ahead and take roll.
We'll call to order the Engineer Committee meeting on October the 3rd, 2024.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir. All right, we just had to make it official. But then, all right, the roll call then. Looks like we've got Mr. Carter,
Here.
Alton Heathcote. All right, Eddie Jett. Here. James Collins.
Here.
And then Dr. Ash. Here. All right, very well. We do have a quorum then for this committee. If it pleases the committee, we'll just get right into it then. And then we'll try to leave a little bit of time on the balance before our 10:30 board meeting for our Grants to Higher Education Committee so they can conduct their work as well. So we'll need at least probably about 15 minutes for them to get sort of organized and in their place. So we'll do a hard sort of stop at about 10:15 if it gets there. But I suspect we can get through them. All right. So first of all, I'm going to introduce the ladies to my right here, your left. You've seen, of course, Ariel Carter. She helped us with our disciplinary action report on our last board meeting, and so if they chime in during this process, you'll recognize them. And then, of course, Chloe Sink. She's at the very end of the table there. And she's going to be our new disciplinary action and staff attorney full-time. She stepped into that role. She's been with the department for a while, but we'll sort of embarrass her at the full meeting when we get there. So we'll make sure I don't want to miss that opportunity.
How do you spell Chloe? Chloe, what's your last name?
Sink like a kitchen sink.
Oh, okay. Sink. Oh, thank you.
And I've just on a side note, I've been really impressed with her work already, and you could see that experience coming through her time with commerce and insurance, and just appreciate her due diligence and her conscientious responses and thorough responses that I've received already. So thank you for that, Chloe. All right, so we'll get on after it then. Your first application in front of you all your applications will be denoted with the ENG. There's 4. It's just below our enumerated documents for the board meeting. Right below reference manual, you'll see Asha, Han, Mauk, and Osterly. So if we'll just get into the first one. You should have a summary there in front of you of what the issue is with the supporting docs in that regard as well. And if we need to get in the file, then we'll either Heidi or Ashley Troball, who couldn't be with us today, will sort of mine some of those details out. But it's a narrow scope. We're looking at, for some of these, we're either going to be looking at statutes TCA 62-2-308, which is denial, suspension, or revocation of certificate or reissuance. And it's basically, as you can see, number 1 says the board may refuse to issue or renew and revoke or suspend the certificate of registration of any architect, engineer, landscape architect, interior designer registered under this chapter who is found guilty, and then below the different various criteria. And what we're looking at here is issuing. These are folks that are coming to us by new application. So we're not looking at any of their qualifications. We're simply looking at whether or not they would be permitted to continue in the process to pursue a license. So that's all we're looking at. We're not going to be looking at their qualifications. That's another conversation. We're just looking at whether or not they would be permitted under this statute to attempt to enter into that stream and apply. Okay. And then one additional criteria, if it applies, would be any felony convictions. Not everyone on their list has a felony conviction, but should we get to one of those that do, and we get into that conversation, that will be guided by the Fresh Start Act. And I sent you some of some of those references that kind of highlighted what that would be. That's TCA 62-76-104, and that's part 4, A, B, C, and D, with the highlighted portion. And basically, it has to tie directly to the profession. So that's as it relates to the profession itself. And so that's our criteria before us. So we'll get after it. First application there, looks like we have Shaw, and this one will probably be have a little bit more discussion. And so I'll just, is there anyone, first of all, just any questions or comments as we get into it? And then just really quick summary. Mr. Shah submitted calculations for a structure that was over 100 feet tall, while the state of Nevada requires that professional engineers must be a structural engineer to work on structures of this height. So he was placed on 2-year probation with the following conditions: reporting to the executive director of Nevada State Board regarding the nature, scope of his work, removing content of concern from his website, and completing a university-level course in ethics. And we're primarily looking at misconduct. Mitigating factors: no discipline reported in other states' jurisdiction, maintains license in multiple state jurisdictions, including the one he was disciplined in. So he wasn't suspended, or he's remediated that issue. And so now it's just, whether or not he can continue the process here.
Just quick question, if you don't mind, Glenn. Does the state in which this occurred require a structural?
Yes.
It does?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also just, there's a lot of documents there, so typically what we tried to load up for you in that succession to help flow, I tried to load up the documents according to the summary, first with the agreed citation itself, because that has the findings of facts and the conclusion of law from the jurisdictions, and then right behind that, you'll see the specific statute in those jurisdictions for which they violated or are responsible for violating.
As far as we know, the building itself.
I'm sorry, Dr. Ashwood, yeah, if you don't mind hitting that. And
It wasn't a tower?
Yeah, it's a tower. It's a non-building.
It's, as far as we know, the building itself did not suffer any damage as a consequence of his calculation.
That's correct. That wasn't included in their findings of fact. It was just the fact that he was not competent to be engaging in that scope of work.
And this is the only violation he has on record.
Yes, sir. That's all we're aware of.
I'm assuming he is a civil engineer, correct? Do we know that?
Let me take a look.
He had a civil engineer license. He's got an engineer license for civil, but he has no structural license.
And they do require the specific structural license.
Got it.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks for the assist there. I would, for those that came from the 80s, I would call him Johnny Stockton, but that'd be lost on everybody else. Yeah, and I think you guys are pretty much aware that not every jurisdiction treats a license the way we do. We have our competency standard for which they'd have to prove that. There's some jurisdictions, like California comes immediate to mind, where they have you have to get a license in each of those disciplines, whether it be civil or in electrical or mechanical or nuclear, whatever that is. You have to get that rider, if you will, on your license. And so not in our jurisdiction, primarily because the onus is on you. If you get a complaint, then you have to show that you were competent to do that. And typically that's going to be done through the 3-legged stool. It's going to be, what exam have you taken? What education do you have? What experience do you have? Those type of things. And then the board has to weigh all that out in a complaint. But in this case, they have, he didn't have that designation, and he was working in that scope.
Looks like, I think Nevada did a pretty good job of mitigating it. No objections here.
All right, well, we just need a motion as to what you want to do on it. One little thing I'll make mention to the rest of the board, but Eddie's really good about, or Johnny Stockton there is really good about stretching me, and so after the meeting he said, I believe associate engineers probably could make motions. They can in committee, but not in, we're talking about the full board meeting, but we were discussing that, and so I just threw that curveball at Chloe, just to kind of get her warmed up, and then she kicked it back, and then we looked at it, and there's
baseball and a basketball.
Yeah, I'm gonna sneak in a football one before we're done with this. I'm gonna complete this trifecta. We may even get some synchronized swimming if we're at it, if I'm really being cocky.
Sounds like you run over Chloe like Derrick Henry.
No, she's done a fantastic job.
There's your football.
Hey, thanks. Yeah. But we looked at it, and associate members can make. I won't. I'll hold the suspense. But associate members may make motions only, but they can't vote per TCA 62.201C6, as you know, and it already states that. That's not news. But there wouldn't be any seconds either in the full board meeting, because that could constitute a vote in the strictest sense. But in essence, a motion is really a proposal. It's not in the strictest sense a vote. So you could make a motion. The associate engineers can make motions. So
Not at the full board meeting,
at the
though.
full board meeting,
An associate member can make
Yeah.
a motion?
yeah, in the full board meeting you can, yeah. But you can't make a second, because that would, in the strictest
That would
sense,
constitute,
yeah, that's a vote.
consensus.
Right. But the statute does it does mention that you are members, and then so from a Robert's Rules standpoint, as members, you could participate, yet you can't vote because the statute forbids that. So then a motion would be the extent of that allowance. So we'll kind of dive in that and let the full board know that, but and who knows, we might have unleashed a whirlwind, especially with Alton over there. But you have to get a second. So a member would have to second, and then of course the vote would have to be full members. So, or voting members rather. Even myself, I have to sort of kind of work that out, because you are members, but voting members versus non-voting members is really the distinction.
What would the motion look like with no objections to reviewing this criteria?
You would just say a motion to allow this individual to apply, to continue in the process, something in that regard. Just based, because that's really what we're looking at, is just allowing this person to apply. So if you wanted to make that motion.
I'll make the motion, and then he can second it.
Well, you're in committee, so that's okay.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'll make the motion, and we allow this person to continue with his application.
Okay, sounds good.
Second.
All right. And then what we'll do is we'll just take a voice vote then. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, we'll allow Mr. Ashaw to continue in the process. So then we can dial up the next one. All right, we're looking at Mr. Hahn. All right, so this is the one actually I was thinking of that had a few more moving pieces. And I'm thankful to Ashley for making that a little bit more digestible for us, a little bit more manageable. So basically, we also have his NCAAS violation report, which we also participate in, by the way. So we're a member in that, and we're contributory to that. All right, so here's what we've got. Nebraska, he signed on January 2023. And the details there is a complaint initiated for structural plans on a project. Applicant violated scope of practice laws in Nebraska, see attached unhighlighted. So again, in that same order, you'll see the states here. We've got Nebraska, New Mexico, Colorado, and Texas. And so that's the order that you'll see those documents as they flow in your packet. So if you're looking for that flow, that's how that's organized. And then right behind each of those agreed citation orders, you'll have their specific statute as well, if that's of concern to you. Typically, they cite that in the agreed citation order. So, it's not necessary to have their statute, because they're going to cite that for their when they're doing their conclusions of law or their summary near the end. But anyway, that's where it is for you. So, initiated for structural plans on a project by the scope of practice. So somewhat similar to the other one. The result here is a cease and desist providing structural engineering services in the state of Nebraska. We also have a violation possibly related to it looks like in New Mexico. It's related to the Nebraska violation. It says fine paid, applicant told not to practice structural engineering in the state of New Mexico unless the proper permission is obtained. And then Colorado, we have a letter of admonition related to the New Mexico violation, and then Texas, he did not disclose. So really what we have here, we have
One violation.
one violation, and then that sort of trickling down all the way down throughout the jurisdictions. And Alton, did you have some questions on that? I saw you guys sort of sidebar. I didn't know if you ever some.
Yeah, actually, it looks like what the order was that he cease and desist structural engineering
Right.
practice, not
Right.
civil or other engineering.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So his full license was not actually pulled in any of these states?
That's correct. Let's see. Yeah, because I believe that was the. Yes, because I believe he still has his license there. Let me take a look. Yeah, I don't think it was suspended. Let me tell you. Yeah.
Would the
Yeah, it was just a cease and desist only in that scope.
Would the framework of this recommendation be similar to the one that we just made?
Yes, sir.
That would
That's right.
accept the ruling of the Nebraska?
That's
finding?
correct. You can. Just basically, you could say, since that's not our jurisdiction, and we're only looking at those violations in terms of his application with us, that he's permitted to continue in the process. Just an emotion in that regard would be sufficient.
So moved.
All right, there you go.
We cannot put any restriction on the application, so, for example, we cannot do like what Texas did by cease and desist from practicing a structural engineering.
No, that would be a complaint. That would be part of the terms of his license. If he was to do that, then he would get a complaint. Anytime we grant licensure, it's everything that comes with licensure, including the responsibilities and the liability should you violate the rules and the scope of practice in our state. So that goes without saying. When he gets that license, then he's subject to that scrutiny and that scope of practice here already under the license.
So when he made his application to us, did he disclose these violations, or did we just find them during the search?
He disclosed it. Yeah. Yeah. And he did get pinged at Texas for not doing that, so I guess he learned his lesson on that one and came to us. And I can't crawl inside of his head and tell you what he was thinking. I've seen some folks that they sort of stretch I don't have their application in front of me, but some folks they feel like if I've settled it, it's not outstanding or pending, but that's a stretch. If it says violation, I don't know their questions. I'm not in Texas. I know ours, and ours says any form of discipline, and he reported it.
I think I'd like to amend. I think I'd like to amend both motions and also require that we issue a letter of caution to both of these two individuals and adopt the recommendations from those respective boards.
If it was a legal report, you could do that, but as a license, you wouldn't be able to do it because it's not discipline, and they're subject to that, to all of those requirements under the. So it's kind of hard to get it separated in your brain, but it's not. It's their complaint. They've already taken care of that and dispatched it. So the only thing we're looking at this point and there wouldn't be any sort of extra requirement. We wouldn't have any options or bag to pull from in that regard.
So we can either accept the recommendations made by their board or.
No, that's their legal report. What we're doing is saying, he's already accepted it. That's done. There's nothing for us there to do. All we're saying is, can he apply here? Is there anything according to TCA that would keep him from applying? And
Of course, we don't have a specific structural engineering license requirement in this state.
Which would also be a mitigating circumstance, in that regard as well.
Yeah, the thing that concerns me was that this happened recently, and he has violated the law in other states. And it doesn't make any difference to me whether it's a structural license or anything else. It's recent, and he violated the law in other states, and that's what's concerning to me, that he has done this, and that's why I have issue with this one.
So
It's
this
in
was
August, his Texas matters is actually happening in August.
Yes.
So
okay.
This is recent.
So it's not one charge for.
it's one violation, but it trickled down to other states, and in Texas, he did not disclose it. So
So it's
after.
two things.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
Violation is Nebraska, not disclosure, non-disclosure in Texas. And,
That's interesting.
I'm assuming he's applied for a license in Tennessee.
That is correct. These are all applicants. None of these are licensees.
So if we were to deny the applicant based on the criteria, we could do it based on other states saying cease and desist the practice of this particular engineering.
problem here is, Texas asked him to cease and desist from practicing structural engineering, but they have granted him a license.
Now-
He was already licensee in
Yeah,
Texas.
yeah, he's already licensed in there, they did not
Right, so
put
they
his
found
license.
out about his other
Yeah.
violations and told him to stop doing that
Yeah.
in Texas as well.
Now, the only thing I would say as far as that goes is that it would have to be, it would have to be, it's going to have to be supported in sort of, well, it would have to be supported by administration as well. And one of the things that the policy director, she would be looking at, she's on this call as well, but is, we don't want to be anti-competitive or, too restrictive. And so one of the mitigating, I'm not trying to steer you one way or the other, but one of the mitigating circumstances would be that he still has active licensure in the state of disciplines.
Right.
So that's,
He does.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so that would be one of those items that would maybe perhaps, and then plus, I'm like you, that's an aggravating factor, if it's recent. Then that's why we have these tough conversations. We have to sort of put it all on the table and discuss that. That's, and that goes for like felony charges as well. That's going to show up in those conversations because, if somebody went on a crime spree just yesterday, that might be different than somebody doing that when they were a juvenile or 18, or whatever, something like that.
Does Texas have a structural engineering act? I wasn't aware that they did.
I'm not familiar. Let me check to see if that, sometimes we.
Based on this
Yeah.
legal document here, they are preventing him from practicing structural engineering. That means they have some.
Well, and we could theoretically do the same thing, even though we don't license structural. If he's got a complaint in a particular field,
I think we have all the facts now. If he violates anything after we grant him a license, that's a different story. But for right now, what makes it tough that all of that and
yeah,
it's disclosed.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the
and-
point.
And the deal in Texas was that he was required to report his violation to them within 30 days of it occurring, and he did not.
Yeah, those are
So
the
he
two
was-
issues.
He was already licensed in Texas. He did not apply for license here in Texas. He was already licensed there, but failed to report his disciplinary action. To me, it calls up concerns of ethics, and whether or not this guy is going to act appropriately, and that's my big heartburn with this one.
Yeah, and, those, and all of those, if he was to get a complaint in Tennessee, all of those would be aggravating factors, as well. And so in that case, let's say he gets here and we get a complaint on him in the next whatever, within the year or something. Those would be aggravating factors that we would list on our report, and for which then your response would be different. You're obviously, you're going to probably load him up a little bit with some fines and some maybe punitive measures than you would somebody else in the same boat without that history.
And the way I understand it, if we grant him a license, we cannot put him under probation because there will
No.
be no complaint.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's right. So it's not even a license. He's still gotta show his qualifications, and not all jurisdictions are the same. He has to meet our standard, our laws. So I haven't seen those qualifications because the focus was the discipline. But I haven't even looked at his qualification. He might not even be eligible here in Tennessee. I don't know. I haven't looked at that piece yet. But we're just at this point, we're just saying you can apply, and move forward in the process.
But if we allow him to apply, we cannot reject his application because of what
Right.
we have here now.
Yeah, that would be up to the
We know all
committee.
of that.
Yeah, and if that's the decision you make, we haven't entered into a decision yet, but if that is the decision you make, then should you or Jason or our new member that's going to be replacing Mr. Barrick get that application, then we would cite the committee's decision on just the discipline itself. That way you can just focus on the qualifications at that point.
That's a tough one.
So if you had just hypothetically, if the committee voted to not let this move forward and cited a reason of a cease and desist and an ethics, a second complaint of ethics of not reporting that seems like it meets that criteria because it's related to the professional.
Yeah, do we have a statement from, I don't remember us getting a statement from him.
Yeah, it's not nothing in the stuff that we got.
Nothing in this package, is just the settlements and.
Yeah,
It's basically the recount of whatever the boards reviewed in the 4 states that issued their various legal actions.
well, what we could do is re-present in December and then get a statement from him as well. Because sometimes that helps provide, sort of fill in the gaps there. When you're just looking at the documentation, you don't really have anything. Sometimes it makes it worse. I've seen some folks give a statement, I get done, I'm like, this didn't actually help you, And I typically, when it's sort of murky like that, try to get a statement from them as well, so.
One other thing to note on that Colorado letter, it refers to a restriction on your practice as an architect. We find out whether that's a typo or.
Those people in Colorado,
or-
ever since
I
they
don't
passed
know.
that law, it's been, there's letters that look kind of,
In the Texas settlement, it says here that the Nebraska board's investigation revealed that the respondent engineering plans resulted in a structural failure.
so what we'll do is, it sounds like that might be where this is going. We have a motion, but more information, discussion. We don't have a second, so unless there's a second, then that motion will fail. And then what we need to do is just have a motion to re-present to gather more information for the next meeting in December.
Just for housekeeping, I'll rescind my motion.
Okay. So then what we need then is just a motion to what you want to do with this one based on what you have, and just what criteria, like what do you want in his letter, or what do you want him to speak to? What do you want him to respond to? Obviously, the charge is before him, Texas primarily, that's one. And then probably sounds like to me, Dr. Ash, what that structural failure was,
Yeah.
what that means.
It's not clearly stated in the Nebraska
Yep.
document, but in Texas, it says, his plans resulted in a structural failure.
Yeah.
They
So-
don't get into the detail, but.
So
I'm having a hard time wanting to move forward with this guy at all, because he has practiced outside his various expertise, which resulted in a structural failure. He's committed ethical violations. In my opinion, I think we ought to deny and just say, sorry, you cannot get a license here. This is recent stuff. It's not like it was 10 years ago. It was recent. And he's showing a pattern here of behavior that if he were to get his license in Tennessee and do something, and God forbid there was a failure, I think it would come back on this board in a very bad way, that we did not do our due diligence and allowed him to move forward with a license.
You're free to make that motion if you like, if you want to deny this application based on that criteria, based on the TCA code before you. You could do that and then see if there's any second and further discussion on the matter.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay, so we've got a motion then to deny on that basis. Do we have a second?
Just as I'm reading the settlement agreement from Texas, which seems to be where the most severe action was taken, because they said if he had done this actually in Texas, he would have been subject to disciplinary actions by the board, more severe. But their settlement recommendation was that they assess and the respondent accepts a formal reprimand in accordance with the terms of this order for violations of their act and rules, that the respondent agrees to cease and desist from the practice of structural engineering in the state of Texas, which is what the other two at least did, I don't know about Colorado yet, but and also that the respondent shall comply with this order with all applicable laws, rules, and regulations governing professional engineers. So it doesn't appear that they took any other punitive action, correct?
That's correct. Just that's the disciplinary action on record. So that's the most
So-
recent we have that's been reported.
So even in the state where he may have had the worst offenses, as Ash pointed out, they allowed him to maintain his license.
Right.
The failure occurred in Nebraska.
Yeah, there was 2 violations, the failure in Nebraska, for which he still has a license, but the also in Texas, the not reporting.
Do we know if there is any ongoing litigation as a result of that failure?
That we don't.
Do we think that we need to get more information about this case before we decide?
I'm okay with that. I have a hard time seeing that there's going to be anything that they can present that's going to change my mind, but.
Sure. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be unanimous. I mean, it's, obviously everyone votes their conscience and they should do that, always. And wherever that lands, these are hard decisions. It's everyone has to sort of work through that and make those determinations. And then, of course, those decisions have to be supported by admin when it comes to, any legality or any other considerations, that policy, those type of things. But, that's a part of the process. And so these things, we don't have to be rushed. It's fine.
Just, again, and again, I don't know about, Colorado has the least information, I guess, but it appears that the other jurisdictions that he practiced in and was found guilty of practicing without the appropriate licensure have authorized him to maintain his license, but not practice structural engineering.
That's correct. And, I don't know, I would say that there's a lot of tools in everyone's toolbox, and other jurisdictions also have revocation, suspension, and they also have emergency sort of processes as well. And so, I mean, obviously I can't read between the lines because I don't have the information, but we can do emergency hearings if the public was an immediate, in a place of immediate, and do sort of it escapes me now. We've had a couple. It's been a long time, which is great. Those should be rare. But where we did a emergency hearing, I remember in a Cosmo case, and there was a public issue there, and we temporarily suspended his license until we could, because we needed a stopgap. We had done just enough to say, oh, wow, this is serious, and there were some indictments, and it was a whole mess. But we knew from that, that we were on good grounds. That we have to balance the property right with the public interest as well. You have due process, but all of that's having to hold together, and that's why administration always gets a look at it, policy gets a look at it, legal gets a look at it. Those type of decisions, but. Yeah, that's correct. They would have all of that as well in those jurisdictions.
And I think at least 2 of those 3 made their ruling based on what happened in the first one.
Correct. The first
And
3 are all the
accepted
same issue. Texas was the second issue. Yeah, the
Yep.
3 didn't report it.
And maybe they were put on, maybe they had to, I did some quick research, and both of them have structural engineering acts, and they had a failure, so they're kind of put,
Right.
I don't know. Probably put them
We
in.
don't have this luxury.
Yeah, that's the thing that I keep coming back to is these other states have, as you said, have the structural discipline. We don't. And in the Texas decision, they've said that if this had happened in Texas,
Yeah.
he would have been found guilty of misconduct and likely had his license revoked.
But they did not revoke his license.
No.
But they told him to cease and desist from
Yeah.
practicing structural, which they can in Texas, but we don't have the ability to
Right.
do that.
That was a good catch, because they would have escalated in their view. Obviously, we're not Texas; we're our own jurisdiction. But in their view, it rises to misconduct had he been working within the scope for which they allow.
Right.
And so whereas we don't have that arrangement, so. It's a tough one, right? So I guess we do have a motion on the floor. Unless he rescinds, do we have a second to deny? All right.
I'll second that.
You're going to second the denial?
Yep.
Okay. All right, then we need to vote. Do we have any further discussion?
Yes, I do have one other thing. If we deny, should we not set some criteria forward that we would reverse the denial? So like he would have to submit additional information or documentation of whatever?
He could just appeal it, and that's assuming that it gets past, all of the checks as well, because, at this point, that would be looked at to make sure it's consistent with any sort of anti-competitive or restrictive, overly restrictive practices. And, so there's going to be some tough conversations from administration from that standpoint, because they have to look at the big picture. You're looking at this case from and you should, that's the right scope, but then you span out, then they have to look at it based on all of the different information for which you don't have in front of you. They're the trends and the overall sort of legal considerations in that regard. So, we'll talk about this one, and if they agree based that there's grounds to continue with that decision, then that's, then it'll stand, and then it's just a matter of appeal at that point for him,
Is this an internal response, or is this a record response of denial? Which means if other states research it, will they see where the state of Tennessee denied application?
They only see disparate action in history, for which, he's out there for everyone to see. We're all talking about it now, and this happened in, Nebraska and Texas and, whatever. So, and it's reported on that portal. So everyone only sees disparate action history, but they won't see as applicant history, unless there was a public records request. Obviously, this is public records, so if somebody was to come here, they would know this, but short of that.
In his renewal, there's gonna be a question about, since your last renewal, have you been denied a license? And he will have to say yes.
He would.
Yeah. But it's all going to be related to the same thing. So then, at that point, you've got the two offenses. You've got the, working outside scope, and then you've got failure to report. So regardless of what jurisdictions he goes there, he's going to have to deal with those two issues. And so, all right. So we have a motion to deny. We have a second, and we had discussion. Any more discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, then he'll be denied. So good discussion. That was, appreciate you kind of working through that and hashing it all out. Yep. All right, I don't think we have any big heavy lifters like that one. That was sort of the hardest one to kind of flow and work through. All right, so let's go to the next one then. Get there myself. All right, we've got Mr. Malk. All right, so this is a while ago. This is back in 2008. He first submitted a proposal to various engineering firms. Mr. Mike signed this proposal. Oklahoma board received application from Mr. Malk's firm for a COA. No COA was previously on file. Certificate of authorization is what we're talking about there. Mr. Malk received his Oklahoma engineering license. So at the time of the proposal, the firm Mr. Malk worked for did not have a COA. On August 13th of 2008, the firm was returned their application as well with their application fee. Additionally, at the time of proposal, Mr. Malk and his associate did not have an active PE licenses in Oklahoma. Conclusion, he paid the fine as well as received a cease and desist from the practice until a license was received. Mr. Malk received his Oklahoma PE license in October 2008. So they were aware, they gave it to him. With all that in view, it was a while ago. So those are aggravating factors, though, is he's still, you've got to get it in proper order. I know you want that job and you want to, move forward, and you're waiting on everything to come together, but you can't do one before the other. He got that out of order, and so got his wrist slapped for that one. But nonetheless, that's been cleared up since then. So that's what you have before you, and then we're looking at misconduct.
I think what works for this application that it came after the previous one.
Yeah, I should have started with the other one, shouldn't I?
It's all about timing, right?
Yeah. Luck of the draw.
Any further questions on this one? If hearing none, then I think, Alan, did you have something? No. All right, well, we just need a motion then, if you're prepared for one.
I will make the motion.
All right, we have a motion from Dr. Ash to allow him to continue his application in the process.
I'll second.
We have a second from Alton. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, then he'll continue in the process. All right. So then that gets us to our last one, which is Osterly. All right, so this one's a little bit more complicated, as you can see. It's a certificate of authorization, just like the other one, except for that one was kind of handled pretty quickly. It was, one out of the order, but this one seems to be a few more moving pieces. So in essence, though, started back in 2015. Mr. Osterly and the associates he's working for, Rizzo Associates, submitted and were subsequently granted an Oklahoma PE license and COA respectively. All right, so good deal there. So that checks out. December 31st, Mr. Osterly notified the Oklahoma board that he left this company that he was working with. So good, that checks out. 2019, the COA for Rizzo Associates was revoked by the Oklahoma board due to no longer having a full-time Oklahoma PE serving a responsible charge. So far, so good. Then, of course, we have a proposal, agreement executed, draft. You see the little timeline there in that little box. But basically, there was some work being done. And so Mr. Osterly submitted a proposal on behalf of Rizzo to perform engineering services for which he no longer worked for. Obviously, oops, got a problem there. An engineering services agreement was executed. 2 draft reports were submitted with Mr. Osterly's name on it. So basically, he's transitioning out of a company, but apparently has a client still under that banner, and so he's still doing that work, and that was shortly, it was not shortly, it was, nearly a year and a half, so, it wasn't just right after he left. Then you see over there, too, that Mr. Osterly submitted a proposal to perform an independent audit on behalf of the firm. An engineering services agreement was executed. A draft report was submitted. And then it states that was performed. And then Oklahoma received a COA application from the firm, which lists Mr. Osterly as the firm's technical lead and management agent. The OC was issued on the firm. So apparently got it all straightened out. Oklahoma, he has an active license in Oklahoma there as well, for which that verification is attached.
I will say that's not necessarily unusual. If somebody leaves a firm and goes and does something else, joins another firm or starts their own, there are several occasions that I know of where they've teamed together to pursue other work, and it seems like that may be the case here.
Is Rizzo licensed in Tennessee as a company?
I don't believe so. We didn't pull that information, but no, I don't believe so. That we weren't looking at them. They weren't in our scope. At the time, we were focused primarily on the disciplinary action itself. But that's a great question. I could get that back to you if we need to present it another time, but don't have that readily in front of me.
In his application, did it list just himself, or did it list the name of his company?
I don't think the application's included either. Is there? Can you look on core?
Seems to me like the company is more guilty than the individual.
It's Osterly. Let me get his name, John.
If he has not been their engineer of responsible charge, they should have had somebody else. So the company itself has more to do here.
Yeah, I agree with Ash's assessment. I would. Do we need a recommendation to accept the application?
Do we have a motion? I might have missed that.
That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
yes, sir. Just a motion to allow him to continue in the application process, if that was the motion.
I would make that motion.
All right, we have one from, we have a second from Dr. Ash. Any further discussion?
I had a question, I guess, on the last item in the series of events. It says that the board received a COA application from the firm. Did they get the COA from Rizzo or from the new firm?
New one.
the new firm?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Which,
No, it's really-
but that, I mean, he should have, if it was from the new firm, he should have done that when he moved to the new firm. He shouldn't have waited 2 years to do
Yeah.
that. I mean, it sounds almost like he's moved back to Rizzo.
Yeah, because it says from the firm, if it's, we'll talk about the firm, the only firm we're talking about here is.
That's-
Is Rizzo.
Yeah, my mistake. There's, some of these other cases are getting jumbled in my mind. I was actually thinking about, this is one of the benefits, I guess, of having all these different boards. But I remember I actually picked up the call, not to digress, but I picked up the call one time, gave someone like exhaustive, like thorough information on their provider app, and I realized I was talking about the wrong board. It was really, and they were so patient. God bless them. But I mean, I dived like deep into it too. We need to get this lined up. You need to have that. And they're probably over scratching those things. Boy, it's really kind of a heavy lift here too. Anyway, but no, you're right. The firm would be the Rizzo. So apparently out and back in. So yeah, that makes a
And it does
difference.
appear that he's acting as a subcontractor, subconsultant to them.
And I think if they file the COA with him as the technical lead, he has to be an employee of that firm,
Yeah.
not a
He-
sub-consultant to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know their arrangement, so I try not to deep dive into their stuff. It's hard. That's hard to do because we have our. It wasn't until I started really traveling with the associations that I realized how vast and varied these other jurisdictions really are.
Yeah.
I mean, I just assumed everybody organized themselves like we did, and then I get there, and then what a wake up call, and I mean it's all across the board. So, and that's also the benefit of us going to these conferences. You get to start to learn from your counterparts what's really out there. So yes, out in probably a sub-consultant. I didn't deep dive into that part, but probably a consultant.
Oklahoma also hit him with a hefty fine as well, $3,000. That's pretty hefty.
And they might have formalized a relationship. You see that in IT all the time. You'll have a subcontractor, and he sort of stands in as your he's sort of he sort of works for the foreign firm, but doesn't really. He's getting his 1099 or whatever. But then you bring him into the full-time position. I don't know what they did on that in that regard, but yeah, it seems like it's an ongoing relationship. Doesn't seem like there was any hurt feelings. I mean, I don't have any statements from him. I can't say that for sure, but seems like there's some continuity there.
Sounds to me like they split apart and then they decide to come back together and then they just didn't do the proper paperwork in the process.
Well, we've got a motion on the floor to allow him to continue in the process, and we have a second. Unless there's any further discussion, I think we can move towards a vote. All right, so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none then, he'll maintain and continue on in the process. So, all right, thank you very much. And now you will get there are going to be some applications that have disciplinary action, so don't think that everything that gets disciplinary action has to come before you. It's just these that are a little bit more complex when they're getting in the weeds that require subject matter expertise, or where there's a felony that could very well disqualify them. If we look at it and then based on just legal and admin, we look at it and there's not a subject matter expertise issue there, and it'd be pretty clear. I mean, it's or if it's a felony that we're like, it's completely unrelated. Somebody went on a drinking binge when they were in college or something. Then we're not going to bring that to the committee. But so just keep that in mind. So if you get applications, don't feel like those automatically have to come to the committee meeting. It's just these like this that we need to sort of separate the pieces out. So. All right, we won't adjourn because we'd have to notice the next one. So unless there's new business for the committee, we'll go ahead and give the balance of this time to the grants committee, if that's okay with the committee. All right. So, engineers, unless you're on the grants committee, Alan says get out. And even though Ashley couldn't be here, I just want to say, if she listens to this later, I do appreciate the summaries, and that's sort of the standard going forward. The summary, mitigating, aggravating, really need to treat it kind of like a legal report in some regard to kind of help that flow, so, with supporting documentation. Well, there, look out. Yeah, I tell you what, I was telling the other members, look inside it. You got a little treat inside there, too.
Hey, one, I guess, house cleaning issue. Normally, I think October is the time for the committees to appoint new chairmen.
Oh, we actually did that, I believe, the last meeting. Yeah, we're actually doing it in August. That way, the August meeting, because it's so full, so the October meeting is so choppy. You're right, I mean, it's the right season, but August meeting is when we did that. And so we've already got a slate of officers so after this, starting December, that new slate will kick in.
I'm not talking about board officers, I'm
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about committee.
Gotcha. Yeah, the chairman will do that. So Jason Carter, when he assumes that role officially after this meeting, will make those assignments.
Normally, the committees, he'll make committee appointments, I understand, and the
Right.
committee members usually elect a chairman or appoint a chairman.
Right. Well, he can do that as well, based on, structure of how it flows and works. It's just like, like the Speaker of the House makes the committee appointments as well, in the greater scheme. It kind of works that way and on those committees. So they're free to, we don't have to maintain that. It's not like we're strictly, sort of painted into a corner there. But typically, they'll make the committee chairs as well. They can, and in most circumstances, probably should. But so what we're trying to do is just streamline the process in such a way we're not meeting separately for, committee sort of chair issues, because you have to call all the committees together because they're not you got the nominations committee in August. But you'd have to call those, you'd have to have meetings for all those others so they can elect their chair just for that sole business. When the chair they're permitted and allowed to make all of those appointments to include the chair.
And again, I agree with what you're saying, but that's why we always did it in October, because that was sort of the annual meeting, and the committees generally, historically, all met during that time.
But what was really
Post-appointment.
great about mixing it up and changing that was primarily because we would have to meet all the committees had to meet for just the sole purpose of choosing a chair. Landscape architects would have to be here this morning. Nominations committee as well would have to be here. Interior design committee would have to be here. Architect committee would have to meet this morning, all for the sole purposes of choosing a chair. It's just not efficient, so we scuttled that one. But the chair will just make those selections. But yeah, good. I know it's kind of hard to make sometimes shift stuff around, but October's so busy that unless there's other business, that didn't seem to rise to that level. Not at this point, anyway. All right. So looks like we have the grants committee. Boy, that's a motley looking crew.
Hey, guys. Hey, team.
All right. So Alton, you apparently draw the short straw each year, and you have to chair this group.
I think it's only because nobody else wants to put this silly spreadsheet together.
And I don't blame them. I think you may be the permanent chair, long running chair of a committee. Because when I saw that spreadsheet, I was like, I made sure the data points were in there, but when I saw the formulas, I was like, no, thank you. Chair, I'll defer.
Okay.
Well, so Alton, if you want to call this one order.
Yeah, please. Can we do a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Alton Heathcote,
I'm here.
Frank Wagster, Brian Tibbs, Dr. Ash,
Here.
and Melanie Doss.
Here.
And then we're going to have Rick Thompson keep an eye on the rest of y'all. He's the sergeant of arms.
That's dangerous authority there, buddy.
Don't get drunk with power. All right, it's limited. All right, so all right, so you do have the spreadsheet before you. All the proposals are going to come in as per usual in our big board meeting. You've seen all of them already, and then Alton, per usual, did a really good job breaking that down. Because I love y'all's model and formula. It's if it's permissible and based on the enrollment size of program, proportionate, that makes sense. And then you make sure you're not leaving any dollars on the table, and everybody gets what's owed to them based on the proposal they put in front of you. So I can't think of a really better way to do that, an efficient way to do that. So thank you, Alton, for leading that charge and each year digging into that, because you're kind of stuck with all of our emails back and forth and the questions that come. And so, I know that's an added burden on you too, because you have to deal with me for this during the season. But thank you for digging in and getting that done. You do have the spreadsheet in front of you, the final distribution as shaken out. And so Alton, if you want to discuss anything or say anything to your committee.
Yeah, that, just by way of explanation, you know, we have the format where we have $400,000 that we know that and hopefully that will be $450,000 next time, but we have $400,000 this year, fiscal year, that we can distribute out. And the way we've always done that in the past is to ensure that everybody gets something relatively meaningful. We take half of that and distribute it among all of the schools based on their percentage, their pro rata percentage of those individual disciplines: interior design, landscape architecture, architecture and engineering. You know, like, for example, on this one, the, oh golly, their overall total enrollment, the architectural and design distribution represented 9.58% of the total, and so on. So that was to ensure that everybody got something. And it was distributed, again, on a pro rata basis based on the number of enrollees in each of the universities, in each of the disciplines. Second, we take the balance of that and distribute it, again, based on a pro rata distribution to the individual colleges, and it doesn't matter whether architectural, interior design, landscape architecture, or engineering. It's just whatever those individual colleges do and what their enrollment is as a percentage of the overall enrollment. So what happens when we do that often is that we have, like, it's always UT Knoxville is, every year UT Knoxville is one, that they request less than they're eligible for. We had others that fell into that category this year, specifically UTC. They ask less than what they're eligible for. So we can't really give them more than they ask for. So that leaves a balance on each one of their ledgers, okay? So then I have to go back in and say, okay, we're going to take that balance and distribute it out over all the other requests, excluding, in this case, UTC and UTK. Well, once again, you know, if we get to a point in that distribution where any one college is getting more than what they requested, I got to go through the iteration again and redivide it out and redistribute whatever that balance is among the others. So this year, fortunately, it only took 2 iterations to do that, but everybody got a fair and equitable distribution based on the formulas that we've got for that. I will say, Cynthia Shaffey, not Shaffey, oh golly, at Vanderbilt.
Oh, Pascal?
Pascal. I had pretty extensive conversations with her because she was asking me a bunch of questions about this last year. And I said, Cynthia, you just didn't ask for enough money. Well, she asked for enough this year, and congratulations to Vanderbilt. They were sort of the winner of the lottery. So, but again, it's in accordance with the guidelines that we have established for the distribution. So, does anybody have any questions?
I've got one, Alton, and it has to do with UT Knoxville, of course, and the architectural part. I noticed their request is for architecture, landscape architecture, interior design. They name about 5 or 6 things.
Yeah.
And then if I look at what they've requested, and it's basically for architecture. And what I don't understand is take Belmont O'More. They broke theirs out. They've got
For architecture and interiors,
design.
right.
And I didn't do the math to know whether that's favorable to UT to do it that way or not. But it's like
it's not.
Landscape architecture doesn't even exist.
That's correct, and it's not beneficial to them they didn't seek counsel, but it's not beneficial to them because of that, where we take that first 200,000 and distribute it out amongst each of the colleges. Well, that means that the the interior design, and I think it was landscape architect, they didn't get
They didn't get,
that distribution.
right.
And
And I
believe
think
me,
they've done it before, and I think they've been told about it before.
they have been.
I
And
don't
they've also been
understand.
told, look, you're the big dog, you never ask for what if you look on their grant actual eligibility, well, at the engineering part, for example, they're eligible based on their pro rata share for $80,413.
Right.
They requested $34,510.
Yeah, Cynthia Pascal didn't mind though, because then they just leave it on the table for her.
Cynthia benefited from that, exactly.
If you don't leave it on the table.
Yeah. So
Are these enrollments like last year's enrollment?
No, they're
or
current.
Fall?
Yeah, when they submit their applications for this year, one of the things we require them to do is to include their actual enrollment.
For this fall?
Yes. Well, it's their most recent data.
And I guess if they broke it down the way I think they should, there ought to be a category for landscape architecture. And it'd be one, but still.
I think they don't call theirs interior design, they call it interior architecture.
Yeah.
So regardless, they should have
We ain't happy
broken it.
about that either.
Yeah, I understand that. We had that conversation last
Right,
year.
right.
But they are, yes, you're exactly right, Frank. They would be eligible, and it would benefit them to do it that way, but they selected not to. They selected to put it in a lump sum.
Right, and like I said, I noticed their request was for what appears to be things for architecture. So I don't know if they even consult their landscape and interior people. I don't know, but is there some way we can, I don't know.
They'll be, aren't they, they're invited to attend.
They are,
aren't they?
they're invited, and I think we've only got one that could not attend, Miss Pascal, and she left a statement, and that was partly just, it was scheduling. And so, and some of that was our fault as well. So I'll give her statement since she won't be able to make it. But she really wanted to be. But that was, all that to say, that was the only one I have that couldn't be. And then there was a couple chairs. I mean, it's the fall, and so this is like prime season, lunchtime during the fall on a Thursday. You know what I mean? So they're juggling to be here, and so I really appreciate that. So some of them had their counterparts or folks within their department presenting, all the same. They know the material and they'll present on their behalf. But I only know of one school that's not going to be online. So certainly UT will be online.
Okay. So we'll have the opportunity again this year to give them that counsel.
And I believe University of Memphis was one of those that under asked too, for which they were potentially, so maybe, they're engineers though, Frank, so I don't know if that means anything. I don't know what pulls you. The engineers bothers you, or you're pulled to that region, but I'm not sure. But engineers, University of Memphis, they asked less than what they were probably eligible for.
Yes, they did. They were eligible for 36,000. They asked for 30.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think we've tried to explain that to all of them.
We did. And look what Vanderbilt was.
Taking notes.
They got eligible for 37,874. They asked for 97,900.
They're going to have trouble figuring out how to redistribute what they got.
Do we need a motion to approve?
Yeah, we would just need a motion to approve the allocations as noted. And if approved, then that will be your motion in the full board meeting for greater full board approval.
So moved.
So we have a move from Dr. Ash to approve these allocations. We have a second from Mr. Tibbs. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, that was approved. That will be your motion in the full board meeting. And Alton, did you all have any new business or anything you'd like to discuss?
Not to my knowledge. I'm assuming, do we know the reappointments yet? Has Jason determined?
Yes. You're talking about for Rob
The committee.
Barrett? Or that one, no, we don't know. He hasn't made any determinations yet.
Okay.
So,
It would be great if, for continuity's sake,
Yeah.
because I may not be here next year.
yeah, no, we'll send it to you. That's, Ms. Dawson, she'll recall, and I did this with Mr. Barrick as well. I'll send an email shortly after this meeting at some point, to kind of make those, but we just didn't want Ms. Dawson. We wanted her to finish strong and run through the tape, We didn't want to feel like she was in a lame duck session,
You said it a second ago, but when is the presentation by the universities?
That'll be in the full board meeting, pretty early. We're going, so.
Today, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and that was right after professional society reports. I try to, because those grant presentations may go for a while. They may not really love, sitting for, they may, but, but.
Okay, I just wondered if it was today or not.
Yeah.
We that's a good, and we always do that in October, and I've always wondered, do we put a time restriction on
We
it?
do, yes, sir.
Yeah,
I'll announce that, and I've reached out to all the schools and let them know as well. 3 to 5 minutes is what we're talking about, because
Good.
public comments and just to stay on point too, because we're not really needing to sell the proposal. We have the proposal.
Yeah.
We don't need a reiteration of the proposal either. Just sort of highlights of what happened with the money last year, and then maybe a couple of highlights of what you want to do with this money, and then that's all we need.
I do remember maybe 2 years ago when it was great. It was extraordinarily impressive when the interior designers came in and showed us all they did and talked for about 15 or 20 minutes. And
Maybe we have to remind them about time limitation
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, and yes, sir.
Is there any, I know our agenda, is there any thought of maybe that being the last part of our agenda, and we get rid of through our rest of our business first?
Yeah, there has been thoughts about that. One of the reasons why we put it early too is because it helps us sort of pace the rest of our business. And I mean, obviously, there's any way you could do that, and we could put it at the end. But the other thing too is that we wanted a hard time for them to get on, because when you got, let's say, we've got 17 people that potentially getting on we need to have a time that we know that is dedicated for them, to do that.
Yeah.
And so just from a structure standpoint, administrative standpoint, we've erred towards moving it closer to the front. So that
yeah,
we
how there are occasions where Rick can go on and on and on about an issue. And
Yeah, well, I mean, in one case, and you're right, it does sometimes do it, but I would just wondered though if maybe, if we ever wanted to give him more time, if it's at the end of the meeting, it kind of, even if we had to take a pause at the end of the meeting to break or
Yeah, and
whatever.
that was the thing about.
But we don't have to change it for this year, but maybe something we think about.
No, kick it around, and if you've got some ideas, send it my way, and we'll look at it and we'll talk about it. I'm not. Obviously, I'm not married to any of the order of the agenda, and so legal stuck here because there's no telling what you guys will say. So it's not like they're waiting on the legal report, So, but yeah, but right now, one of the reasons why we've kept on the front is just because I can tell the deans to be here at 10:30 when our meeting starts. Otherwise you're trying to get 17 people to kind of figure out when we break or when that.
No, I understand.
Yeah. But anyway, I love that you guys are challenging the status quo, keeping me on my toes too. All right. Since you guys are the last committee, we can actually adjourn if there's, unless there's something else to discuss, we can adjourn this committee.
do I hear a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn is taking precedence over all other motions. We're adjourned.
All right, we are adjourned. There we have it. All right, so we'll be back here at 10:30. All right, everyone, looks like it's that time. All right, it's good seeing everybody. I'm looking forward to getting into this meeting. And as you noticed there in front of you, you had a new binder with our logo on it. And a new pin that also signifies where you're at in case you get lost or forget what room you're in, I guess. I'm not sure, but it's on there. But you can thank Melanie for bringing that to our attention. And then Megan also procured that for us. So Megan, I think she's in here. Oh, there she is. Yep. So anyway, wanted to get that in front of you and just sort of you guys taking notes, and every word I say, just cling on to it, transcribing, so we make sure you have maybe not. Okay, so, but anyway, we want to make sure you had everything you needed.
Speak louder.
Oh, you never fail to disappoint. Okay, so announcements then. Ms. Doss? I guess if you want to call it to order.
Call to order.
All right, thank you.
Call to order the October meeting of the Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners.
All right, thank you. Let's do roll call then. Melanie Doss,
Here?
Blair Parker,
Here.
Rick Thompson,
Here.
Brian Tibbs, Frank Wagster,
Here.
Dr. Ash, Jason Carter,
Here.
Jeff Nally, Alton Heathcote.
Ready to rumble.
All right, look out. Eddie Jett.
Here.
And James Collins.
Here?
All right. Chair, we have a quorum. If it's okay with you, we'll get on into announcements then.
Very nice.
All right. First of all, before we begin, I want to highlight the public comment period. You'll notice on your agenda, right after committee reports, prior to legal, you have the public comment period related to items on the agenda. That's no secret to you guys. That's been on our agenda for a while, and we always pause when we get that period. But it's really for those that might be on the audience or that might be on the call. When we get to that point in the agenda, those that have signed in, we'll acknowledge them in the building. And of course, those that have signed in or at least put their name and contact information in the chat indicating that they would like to speak, we'll make sure that we pause properly for them and give them about 3 to 5 minutes to address the board on those items. All right. Now, the second item on the announcements, I'd like to introduce Chloe Sink as our staff and disciplinary counsel. Chloe, there she is. All right. I was going to long awkward pause to really bear it in, but anyway, I was glad that she's here. She's really been very helpful to us, and we introduced her to the engineer meeting, and she's just quite the consummate professional, and I know she would brag herself, but she's been with the department for a little while now, and that shows in the work that I've already received in the interim while we've been waiting on this meeting. And so we introduced her to the engineer committee, but wanted to introduce her to the full board and not pause too long to embarrass her or expect her to give a speech or anything. So I won't put you on the spot. But anyway, she's been great so far, and we appreciate her help. And also Ariel Carter, she's been digging in on the interim with the disciplinary action report. And you remember her from the last meeting as well, and then so you'll get some more some more of that FaceTime with her as when we get to the legal report. But if they chime in, then you'll know where that's coming from, and I'm looking forward to working with them both. All right, so next item, Rob Barrick. We had a plaque presentation tentatively scheduled. As you see, he's not here today. He had the nerve to go to Wyoming to go fishing with his sons. Can you believe that guy? Anyway, we're happy for him, and he's getting an early start, I guess, on his retirement. He was retired already from his company, and now that he's semi-retired from the board, I guess he's going to take full advantage of that. So we're looking at probably December, but I think it's too cold to fish probably in Wyoming then. So I think we'll get him in December. We'll pick him up then. All right, and then one little side item too. This December we'll bring back the definitions and pathways rules. For a review. Of course, you already proved that, which is fine, but there was a copy and paste section in there that we thought might be more, if you recall, the additional pathways portion was really a copy and paste. It was really what that was. And so we found a more efficient way to draft that so it's not as cumbersome. So we're not just reiterating what's directly from the statute. But we're also going to combine that with a retrospective rules cleanup so they can travel together in one package. You recall when we flagged some rules that in the executive session, the governor and the legislation required that we look at all of our rules and just sort of flag those that can need a cleanup. And so that's what that effort will be. We'll present those drafts, and we'll just, instead of traveling with 2 different packages, it just made sense. If they're going to be traveling, let's just put them together. So I think administratively, that just makes more sense and it's more efficient. So that's what we're going to do. And then we'll have a rulemaking hearing scheduled shortly thereafter. That should go pretty quick because there really won't be, the discussion on the pathways and the definitions, we beat that one to death already, and I don't think we're going to be, resurrecting anything in there. There's not going to be anything substantive in that one. So that'll be just a presentation of there it is, and then with the retrospective rules, that'll be probably where the discussion will lie. And as you'll note, a lot of stuff it truly is a cleanup. I don't recall there being anything that was so heavy lifting. It's going to change the course of the way necessarily you do application reviews or something like that. Now, it's been a while, so we'll get into it and we'll see. But I don't recall there being anything heavy lifting anyway in that one. So we'll present that at that time. And then we'll have at some point, sometime during, probably after legislative session, we'll start working on the MRA with the UK. And so that'll probably be a rules package to follow. that might be almost too much to try to put with this one. And these are already, especially that definitions and one that's been stalled for a while. So we just need to get those moving and get those out of here. Otherwise, it'd be quite a package. So we'll get that moving starting December, and we'll have some discussion about that. One last thing, associate members and motions. So I was talking to Eddie. He brought up when we were in our after our last meeting. He said, I know that associate members can't vote, but he goes per statute. But can they make a motion? Is that necessarily a vote? Because it's really a proposal, And I thought, well, historically we haven't practiced that, but you guys are always sort of trendsetters. So I'll check. I don't want to assume, and we want to go as far as we possibly can, allowed per the law. And so I looked at it, and I threw that curve at Chloe recently, and she mentioned, and it's, as you know, 62.2.206 limit state, or excuse me, I'm quoted with one the wrong one, but she mentioned in there that 622.201C6, obviously, all members, associates included are members, but they're not permitted to vote. So really what we have a distinction here is non-voting members versus voting members. That's really the distinction, not members, because they're members, And so it doesn't fit squarely into Robert's rules. So at that point, because Robert's rules really discusses members. Well, you're all members, but yet you can't vote. So what do you do, And so that kind of put us back to, well, what is a motion? And a motion in its strictest sense is a proposal. It's not a vote. So associate member in the full board meeting can make a motion. However, they would not be able to second that because that would constitute a vote. So they would need a voting member. That's even there. I have to kind of clear my own mind. A voting member. That's the only distinction. The voting member would have to second it at that point. But that's a vote, because at that point you're saying that proposal, we're going to vote on it, move it out of the proposal status to a formal proposal for which we're going to be voting on. And then of course the members, the voting members would be the only ones voting on that motion. So there you have it. And in some regards, informally, that's what we've been doing anyway, because our non-voting members sort of give proposals, and then they wait on the voting member to make that motion, whereas now they can make that motion, but that motion goes nowhere until a voting member seconds it. So if it just lays there, kind of like a anvil, well then we'll move on. I won't just stare at them and just long awkward silence. We'll just we'll let it die and then we'll move on. But if there is, but you have the option to do that. So just want to make that clearer. So if we see that in the board meeting, then so be it. All right. So I think we're ready then for. Looks like the agenda. So let's approve this agenda.
Do we have a motion to approve the agenda for this for this board meeting?
So moved.
All the associate engineers were like waiting for their first moment.
Do
So,
we have a
Chair?
second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. August minutes.
Do we have a motion to accept the August minutes?
So moved.
Second? Is there discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, next we have our professional society reports. And before I call them up, for those deans that are logging on now, the grant presentations will be right after that. So we're almost there. That's the next line item after professional society reports. So professional society reports, is Miss Anderson here? All right, not seeing her. Is Miss Anderson online? Okay. She's probably had enough of us. We just had our engineers conference, so she's probably sweeping up, or who knows, cleaning up the conference center over there in Franklin. But we didn't have any new updates from her that she didn't at least articulate to us at our conference. So we'll move on then to Ray Tant or Suzanne Heron. All right, Mr. Tant, Mr. Aaron? All right. I think we're ready for then Ashley Cates. Nobody wants to talk to y'all. All right, I don't see anyone there. I tell you, the interior designers are going to have the floor, aren't you? All right, so Nathan Ridley.
Hey, Glenn, just for clarification, we did get a text message from Casey.
Okay, thank you. We'll circle, we'll let Mr. Ridley speak, and then we'll circle back to Ms. Anderson, and thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board. And now I'm on. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Nathan Ridley. I'm here on behalf of the Tennessee chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects. I like October. The weather's cooler, football, pumpkin spice, but it's also election time. So, you know me, I'm sort of the Pied Piper of y'all and reminding y'all how important it is to vote. A buddy of mine had a good analogy for it recently. If you register to vote, it's sort of like you're a spectator at a UT football game. But if you actually go vote, you're actually in the game. So if you ponder that, you might not want to be in the game. I know my knees don't want to be, but it's really, really important. And I know y'all all do that, but you need to sort of get the word out. The most important election's the next one, and it's coming up. The deadline to register to vote is October the 7th. You can do that online in Tennessee. It's very, very easy. And then early voting starts on the 16th of October and runs through Halloween, the 31st, and then November the 5th is Election Day. And I know everybody, when I go do one of these, everybody always nods their head and smiles real big and says, yeah, I go vote. But somebody's lying to me because Tennessee has the worst voter turnout in the country. It's shocking. It hurts my heart. But anyway, enough on that, because I know y'all are going to do the right thing. On the landscape architect front, we've just elected our slate of new officers. Chris Jansen's going to be our president. He practices here in Nashville. Bob Graves of Knoxville is going to be our president-elect. And Cameron Yates has got the best job in America as the past president. So he gets invited to all the meetings, but nobody expects him to say too much. Speaking of meetings, our national meeting will be in Washington, D.C., starting on the 6th. Just a couple of days from now, and we've got a good delegation from the University of Tennessee that's going. I think we're going to have at least 30 students this year that are able to attend the national conference. We're excited about that in our efforts to recruit and retain good talent. And then our state meeting has been set for April 16 and 17 in Knoxville, 2025. So we're sort of working ahead a little bit. And we're working on our Day of the Hill scheduling. We used your executive director last year to help us with a lunch and learn at that. And you don't know this, but your executive director was a rock star. So people have asked already for him to come back. Yeah,
I say they don't know that.
Preaching to the choir here. So that's it. Just the elections coming up. So the legislative process and the administrative process is sort of push the clutch in right now until we know who the members of the General Assembly will be. And a lot of that, y'all know, is settled in the August primary. But what actually starts the term is the November 5th for the 33 members of the Senate and the 99 members of the House. But thank y'all for the opportunity. Always grateful for the, y'all know me, I like to talk, so it's always grateful for the opportunity to speak to y'all and happy to respond to any questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate you. Okay, let's get to Casey then. Looks like I understand we have a text from Casey Outen or Dr. Ash.
It was just telling us that she's at Cordell Hull at a wetlands hearing. She
Okay.
probably won't be here. She's going to try to get back for the grant presentations.
Okay, very well then. Sounds good. All right, well then, looks like we're ready for interior design then. Hannah or Claudia?
Hello. I'm going to start off with ASID and then let Claudia take the floor for IDA, and we'll do a joint report after that. Continuing on with elections, same for us. Our new board was elected on October 1st. And so that's, or elected before, that's when our actually term starts from year to year. So we are now at our official term, so I'll be incoming president. And a few key events that have happened before we dive into new things. Our national meeting Gather was held August 11th through the 13th in Denver, Colorado. This was geared toward leadership training opportunities for chapters at a national level, since we have plenty of our board members who have been in it for a while. So we also elected to not go in person this year, just to save some monies for more important things that we feel, like legislation, things like that, advocacy. But we do have our regular meetings every month to answer questions, and there is a full recap of online that we can attend as well for membership. Capitol Day on the Hill was Tuesday, September 24th. We're still kind of waiting on exactly what happened from there, the full report. But it seems like it was going to be a very successful day on the Hill there. And we are budgeting for 2025 for Tennessee to go at least for a couple of our members, our board members. Our annual strategic planning meeting was held in Chattanooga on August 23rd, and that's when we really state our budget for the year. And kind of what our plans are, what our goals are for the year, so that everyone can be prepared and ready to start on October 1st. Of course, our state conference was just held on September 19th at 1410 event venue. And all these events focused on the increasingly relevant theme of designing for the senses. We had a wonderful turnout, was a success, and we had a CEU on art and tablescape competition with various other activities. So this is just something different that we do when it's a non-design awards year. We do that every other year. So we really wanted to make this one interactive. We got a bunch of student interaction as well, both in tablescapes and just attendance. So it was a good time had by all, for sure. The next meeting or event, I should say, we'll be attending is this Design Edge in Nashville. That's at Music City Center. That is this Friday and Saturday, so the 4th and the 5th. And so this is a high-end residential hospitality, kitchen and bath trade only exhibition that is hosted by High Point Market Authority. So this is basically taking that large market here to travel around to different areas. So we're very honored in Nashville to be hosting that. We expect over 700 designers, and ASID will be doing a conversation and coffee and hosting an HSW CEU by our platinum partner, Benjamin Moore. So the tickets are free to that. Anyone is welcome to attend, and there'll be a lot of great things shown there as well. Our next more professional development CEU meeting is at Myers Flooring on November 7th. And our holiday party is scheduled for December 12th at Thistle Farms. We're using this as an opportunity for our members to give back to the community as well as gather together. And really with that, I will hand it over to Claudia for IDA. Oh, one more thing I wanted to mention. Claudia was actually received our humanitarian award at our interior design state conference with it's basically a contribution for a non-ASID member contributing to the profession within ASID. So that was a huge honor. So we were very proud of her.
Thanks, Hannah. It was.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So continuing on, as we know, it is an NCIDQ testing month. So a couple of weeks ago, we decided to invite all members of IIDA who are staying for that event to come out for a free coffee. Everyone needs some caffeine while they're studying. And then yesterday, we had our kickoff to the Interior Design Awareness Month at Belmont event. So that was great. Tonight is our statewide design gala. So that will be at Clementine starting at 5:30. If anybody wants to join, please do so. This is a great event for us to celebrate design and excellence across the state of Tennessee. So all of our members from across the state and non-members will be coming into town tonight for that event. I think we're expecting about 315 people tonight to be there, so should be great. October 10th, Memphis 901 Design Fest will be happening. And then we have our Zero Landfill annual event and food drive happening October 11th through the 13th. So this is a great time. We partner with Turnip Green here in town to take recyclable materials from designers' libraries to come, and then it's an open shopping day for schools and artists around town. They come and take these fabrics and tiles and things like that, and then use those to create crafts and art. It's a great event that we've been doing for a long time, and the community really loves that. So that'll be coming up. And then on October 22nd, NoxCon will be happening in Knoxville. This is their annual commercial furniture vendor fair. It's always very well attended, so if you're over on that side of the state, they would love to see you. And then a couple of us will be going down to Atlanta in October for the IIDA Southeast Regional CLC Conference. We'll be focusing on professional development and how we can better serve our membership through events supporting that. And then Nashville Design Week will start at the end of this month. So that kicks off on October 28th and will run through November 1st. There are multiple events each day for that whole week related to all different types of design professions. So please attend some of those if you're around town. And then lastly, November 14th, the Memphis City Center annual chili cook-off and also food drive will be happening on the west side of the state. So that's where we are on that. And then I'll kick off we have a really big event we're excited about next week. This will be a joint ASID and IIDA event that we are calling Better Together. It's going to be at Tailgate Brewery out on Charlotte Ave. It's a networking event with multiple organizations attending with all of our allied professionals, and this will be a really good event just to start talking about what interior designers do, upcoming legislation options, what we are trying to do to advocate for our profession. And this is really just a laid-back meet and greet. Come find out what we've been up to. Student work from the winners of our design awards from this year and then from ASID's last year will be on display for everyone to see. And then, as I mentioned, it's NCIDQ examination month, so wish your fellow colleagues luck if they're currently studying and taking those exams this month.
And if you are interested in that October 9th meeting, it's just like $15, and that gets you a beer and free pizza. So if anything, just come out and grab a beer, see what we're all about. Yeah. We're encouraging non-members, the public, if they want to come, just to see what's going on, learn more about our profession, and how we can work with other professions. So if you are involved in any kind of organization that it somehow ties into interior design, or again, you just want to know more about it, we're inviting literally everybody. I'm going to also leave a stack of cards just with my email contact. If we're sending it out to pretty much every newsletter around locally for Nashville, but if there's any others that we're not thinking of, or maybe we double up, definitely take a card and I can get you that info.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And again, congratulations, Claudia. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to shake down Nathan here. So I think he's kind of fast, and we didn't even have to waterboard him. But thank you, ladies. I appreciate that. Now they always put together some shindigs, don't they? I mean, I'm always kind of waiting to see what they're getting into. But appreciate the update. All right. Looks like then we're ready for the grant presentations. So we've got for those that are online. I just thank you, deans, and those that are stepping in for the various schools as well. As you know, per our email, we've got 13 institutions, 17 proposals. And so as a result, we're going to have to cover a lot of ground in a short period of time. And so if you could help us out and just, really just want you to spotlight those things that you did last year, just maybe a couple highlights if they come to mind, nothing real formal, and that maybe you're proud of if those things are on your radar. And then maybe a couple items on your proposal. We have your proposals. We have that in front of us. And we can also, as I call upon each school, If you just want to, just kind of step forward then virtually on the screen there, and then you'll be talking to everybody. So instead of me trying to name every individual for each school, because some had scheduling conflicts or had other folks or surrogates stepping in for them, I'm just going to name the school. And then, of course, you know who you are, and you can just jump in from there, and we'll greet you, and then the floor will be yours. That sound all right? All right. So let me just start from the top. I'm going to go alphabetical order, so sorry, Vanderbilt. But, hey, they must have known that because they ducked out. I mean, I'm kidding. Actually, let me say what Cynthia Pascal noted. She was unable to attend due to a scheduling conflict resulting primarily from one of the embedded public calendars on our website not syncing up with the main calendar, and so therefore providing an incorrect time. She regrets her inability to be here with you. She further stated that, quote, please do convey to the A&E Board that I and the Vanderbilt School of Engineering are grateful for their support, which enhances our ability to effectively train a strong engineering workforce, end quote. So she appreciates the consideration that you give their school each and every year, and regrets not being able to be here. And Tennessee Tech is sort of near the bottom, but they're going to probably go last anyway because he also had a scheduling conflict, so he's going to have to join later. So we'll just take him. Oh, very well. Okay, well, we're just Mr. Yelamarthy. We'll just take you in alphabetical order with everybody else then, and I'll just note that. Glad you were able to join us.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, without further ado, let me work down the list. And just so you know, on your iPads, you'll see that anything that is grant-related, the proposals will be noticed in that regard. It'll start with grant, and then they'll have their proposal. So you'll be able to track along if they were to reference that. And then those that'll be presenting, if you had something you wanted to show us, just let us know that, and we can sort of give you the reins, and then you can you can use our screen here to share with the board members there as well. Not required, but just that option is available to you. So, okay. Now, when I said alphabetical order, it's really how I got it listed. So, it may not be a true alphabetical order, and I know for those engineers in here, that's going to drive you crazy. But I'm apologizing in advance, especially Eddie. Alton, go to him if he needs you. All right, so we're going to start with with Belmont Interior Design and Architecture. Do we have someone from Belmont here? All right. All right, hearing none. I'm gonna write them down, and we'll go back just in case they check in. Sometimes that happens. We picked up a few last time, so we'll go back and pick up Belmont at the end. We had some a lot of technical difficulties last time with the hearing, but we did that with Lipscomb at the last meeting, and they were able to pipe in, which was great. Maybe that was 2 years ago. It's all blurring together. But let's move on to the next then. Christian Brothers, are they here?
Yes, we're here.
Great. And if you don't mind just introducing yourself, because sometimes the screen won't show us your name, and that would be great.
Sure. So my name is Andrew Asadalahi. I'm the Dean of Engineering at Christian Brothers University, which is in Memphis, Tennessee. And I have some slides and photos that I'm happy to share if you guys will allow it.
All right. Yeah, if you could look up there, there you go. We are looking at it.
Okay, fantastic. Yes, I'm from Christian Brothers University, Godomsky School of Engineering. Let's see if I can advance. So I'm going to quickly hit the highlights of our last cycle, the 2023 grant-funded items. So we had line items related to student licensure and certification, student regional competitions, and some capital purchase items for equipment. And you can see that breakdown here on this slide. So for the student licensure and certifications, we spent $1,800 to fund the FE exam fees of several of our engineering students, OSHA 10 safety fees, as well as Lean Six Sigma Yellow Belt fees for several of our engineering students. We have 4 ABET accredited programs, and each of those programs has different types of licensure and certification requirements to graduate for those students. And so this was a big help and support in that endeavor. So we thank you for that. A lot of the grant funds also went to supporting student conference travel. The three primary conferences that some of these grant funds went towards were the ASCE Student Symposium travel. That's for our civil engineering students. The Society of Automotive Engineers Aero competition travel down to Florida. That's primarily made up of our mechanical and electrical engineering students, and the IEEE Southeast Con travel, which is primarily electrical engineering students. So here we have some photos of our civil engineering students with their concrete canoe and steel bridge projects. This slide has a couple of photos of the SAE Aero competition. Again, that's mostly mechanical and electrical engineering students that worked on that project. And then the IEEE Southeast Con travel was primarily electrical engineering students that went on that to that conference. So again, thank you immensely for supporting our student activities and helping them be successful. We also used a little over $12,000 of the funds to purchase some robotics and unmanned aerial systems equipment. So here we have a few photos of our students working with the robotics equipment in our laboratories and classrooms at CBU. And then we have a screenshot of the DJI Mavic drone that was purchased as well. So again, big help and big support of our students. This is primarily supporting our electrical and mechanical engineering students, with a little bit of civil engineering students involved with the unmanned aerial system side of this. So looking forward to this upcoming cycle, our proposal that we submitted last month. This is just a kind of a quick snapshot summary table of what we requested. And the four photos here just show kind of screenshots of the equipment items we were looking at. So we're looking at, have a request for a new welding station, and a new drill press, which will primarily support civil engineering and mechanical engineering students. We have an injection molder, which is primarily going to support our chemical engineering and mechanical engineering students, more on the materials engineering and science side of things. And then a new total station, which will primarily support our civil engineering students. I tried to keep it quick. I hope I was quick enough. Thank you for your time. Thank you again for supporting all of our students, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I wonder if you went fishing in that concrete boat yet?
Not yet. Not yet.
All right. Well, that's great. It's just neat to see those projects, you guys just really pushing those boundaries, and, that allowed to you through physics and engineering. And I just enjoy, hearing from each of you. So thank you for that presentation. That was great. All right. Looks like we can move on to the next one. ETSU Engineering.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed Moinuddin. I'm a professor, program director for TTU ETSU Joint Engineering Program. As all of you are aware of the devastation by Hurricane Lynn that caused in this region, ETSU is close to help our community, student, faculty. But thanks for all everybody's prayer, love, and help and support. We really appreciate that. So I have a presentation, a short presentation that I want to share.
You may be able to take control up there. There should be a little signal.
Okay, yes. I'm trying to do that. Okay. You guys can see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Again, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to the board to support the ETSU engineering program. As you know, that this is a joint engineering program with Tennessee Tech. It is ABET accredited, and since we got our accreditation, we have seen significant growth. ETSU this year started a new engineering program called Mechatronics Engineering, focusing on control, automation, cybersecurity system. And we start the first cohort. They started their class this fall. For our general engineering program, FE is a graduation requirement. Last year, we used the fund to purchase material as well to reimburse the exam fee. Last year, also, we created a new course, ENGL 4810 FE Review, that's going to provide a lot more support for the student preparing for the exam. We are offering the class first time this fall. All 10 our seniors are taking this class. Hopefully, that's going to help a student passing the exam, and we're going to appreciate continued support for the FE exam scholarship for our seniors. We really appreciate again our summer camp support for the board for our summer camp, and that the impact that it was meeting on our engagement and recruitment, and then other department noticed that. So this year, in fact, three other departments joined forces: computing, digital media, and environmental sciences. And we expanded the summer camp from 1 week, that's what we have done the year before, to 3 weeks. And it ran from June 3 to 21st. Engineering week was the second week, June 10 to 14. 32 students signed up for the summer camp. These are all high schooler, local high schooler. 25 showed up. And these are some of the images. As you can see, model building, bioengineering, drone, smart building. I mean, they not only learn about our engineering programs and the labs, but also we kept them busy with a lot of hands-on activity. In between all this class activity, we also took them outside so they can unwind, have fun, as well as enjoy the summer. We collected some data about the impact of the summer camp. As you can see here, students really like engineering because they like to build things. The things that the engineers contribute greatly to fixing problem of the world, and engineering is fun. All of the students they showed interested that they want to attend college, and then 2/3 of them showed more interest about the engineering. So the summer camp, in fact, is working effectively in terms of a recruiting tool for ETSU. About the camp, the last day, we brought all the parents and students. Our president was there, and he announced that all the students who decide to come to ETSU, they're going to get the $1,000 scholarship and 2 credit hour toward their program. So I think that's gonna also help to increase the momentum that we have built. And this is all because last few years you guys are funding this program, the summer camp, and we will appreciate if you continue to support this to build the engineering workforce for the Northeast Tennessee and Great Tennessee and entire United States. So that's all is my presentation. Does anybody have any question, any comment?
Mohammed, this is Alton Heathcote. I do have 2 comments. One, I want to make sure I understood you correctly. Did you say that you require passing the FE as a component of graduation?
Taking the FE exam, not the passing.
Taking the FE exam. Okay, thank you. That's important too.
Yes. But the support they needed, the model that we were using previously, it was not that effective. So that's why we created that class, so we can provide more help so that we can increase the passing. It is a 6-hour long exam, and I just don't want students just sit for the exam the taking for the graduation. I want them to pass. So that's why you created the class. So hopefully it's going to help a student pass. I want every single student taking the exam, in fact, passing it.
That's great, and that's admirable, and this board appreciates that. The second thing is I congratulate you on your innovation. The recruitment and retention program that you've got
Yes.
to attract kids in and keep kids in, I think that's admirable also. Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, that this is what you supported last 2 years. We started small, but we are doing it in just our department, and that it was helping, really helping in terms of our recruitment and retention in engineering program. And so other departments. So now I got a kind of from the provost office some help in terms of organizing. 3 weeks long. We expected more student, but this is the first cohort. We are doing that many department and that long summer camp. Hopefully, it's gonna increase, and we're gonna get more student, and they're gonna ultimately see that the camp is now named as STEM summer STEM camp. So they can not only look at the engineering, but the other STEM area that we have in the university. Students will be able to experience those and will be able to make much better informed decision in terms of going to college and deciding which area they want to pursue. Some of the kids were so interested. They're telling us whether they can come during the regular semester and can work with us on some research projects. So this is really good. This is really, and it is working for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Udin.
you.
No, that was great. I appreciate the information and just kind of running through the highlights there. That was very helpful. Thank you, sir. All right, I think we're ready for ETSU interior design.
Interior architecture.
There you go. All right.
Yeah, the Interior Architecture Program wants to thank the board for this grant that we've had over the last few years. And we've really focused the last 4 years on recruitment and retention. Some of the numbers is we had a 24% increase of students over last year. And over the last 4 years, we've had 75% increase. So these funds that we're using as for these ongoing initiatives, like Moen was talking about in engineering, it really does seem to have a big impact on getting students here and retaining them here. We do things like a lot of social media. We've worked hard at continuing to upgrade our studio spaces as the money allows, with repairing things, buying some new chairs, a couple pieces of new equipment, and all that has just really paid off in our numbers over the last 5 years. We've almost doubled the program in 5 years.
That's incredible. That's a credible return. I mean, doubling in 5 years. I mean, if you were a CEO and went to a shareholder meeting, they'd be can carry it off on their shoulders. You do something like that, so that's pretty good. Did you have anything else you want to share? Or otherwise, we could go to the board and see if they had any questions.
The only last thing is then as the seniors start to graduate, and this is in this 4-year thing, more of them are taking the IDFX part of our exam. This year we had 3 students take it. One passed, one missed by a couple questions, and then the other one was a good ways off. But we'll just see those numbers. Our next emphasis is going to start to, like Moen was, to support those students a little more, to get more of them to take those tests, because it's not a requirement for our program. It is an option.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Did you have any questions, or excuse me, any questions or comments from the board? All right, Melanie?
Thank you, Dean, for everything you do, and it sounds great that the enrollment is increasing. So just keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Isham. We appreciate your comments. All right. Looks like we're Lipscomb.
Yeah, so my name is Todd Lynn. I chair the Civil Engineering Department, sitting in for trying to fill some big shoes here with Dean Elrod, but he sends his regards to the board and his regrets not being able to be here with you. I do have a short presentation. If I can share this screen, hopefully. So this is some 333 students with our faculty. And this slide shows you the distribution across all of the programs, 3 of which are accredited, mechanical, civil, and the electrical and computer engineering. And that obviously is what the grant funding was utilized for, was for those programs. And we are greatly appreciative of the funding, because as you will see, it has really facilitated the ability to do things. Like for our civil engineers, the Mid-South Student Symposium, being able to participate there, and we're successful in first place for the concrete canoe. And a big first place for us was Mead paper. I mean, that is something that we really stress is the ethics, and the Mead paper is a requirement for our senior civil engineers for their senior design capstone experience. But we also enter a surveying team we've been dormant for a while, but we're able to do that. And our steel bridge team was successful in their build. This is an area that we've struggled with for a few years, and so it was really neat to see. This is them huddled up in the bottom picture here, just being able to complete the build in the requisite time and have a loaded bridge. That was a big experience. So, of course, then the first place in the canoe. This is the canoe with the canoe team with their fire engine canoe stop, drop, and row. And then we're at the national competition in Utah. This was for the third year in a row, and so three-peat was a good thing, but a three-peat is also financially draining. And so again, thank you for the funding to it, because it was a huge help to the chapter. We get a very, very, very limited amount of funding from the university, and so we're doing fundraising with our partners within the design community and the construction industry. But was very thankful for that experience. It's a great learning experience for the students, as well as a good time. So moving into our mechanical engineering program, they competed with the Baja competition. This particular team did a great job in actually finishing the project. And so there's been challenge for the past few years with regards to completing and getting a competition-ready product. But it was a great experience for them, and they actually qualified and were able to race this year. So likewise, a bonus for them to be able to have the funds for their participation. As far as the usage of the grant, and it will continue, it's my understanding from Dean Elrod, the proposal submitted for this year is not all that dissimilar from previous years, but we use the FE Prep software, so we're able to obtain 37 licenses for that. We likewise have a requirement to take the FE for graduation, and then we invest in that each student as far as their preparation and requiring a review course that has a test optional component. So if you work a minimum number of problems and secure an 80%, depending on the module, 80 or 90% correct, then you can test out or opt out of that particular review session. We still have some students that will do both. They'll do the review session, but then they'll also have the requisite preparation for the FE. But that has proven to be very successful. We start going over the metrics with our senior students, and giving them a basis for how many problems correlates to a successful pass rate, And we've already got one civil senior that's taken and passed the exam already this semester. We used the funds too for test reimbursement. So there were 35 students and 29 student test fees. And that translated to a 74.3 overall pass rate. So, which is above the national norm. So, you know, we've got some room for improvement, but that's pretty good when you have a requirement for all seniors taking the exam. And then, as was shown, the competitions and conferences, being able to participate in those events, particularly the ASCE National Championships. That's just, and this coming year, the national competition is in California, so it's going to be even further away. But again, just really appreciate that. Student professional society membership, so engagement in professional society. We talk a lot to our students about, you know, the transition from the academy to the profession and what that means. We had students at the Tennessee Engineers Conference on Monday, which is also engagement. And then we have a measure of consumables there. But again, as Dean Elrod has put this presentation together, and certainly in the civil engineering department, we thank the board for investing in not just the future, but in Lipscomb engineering in particular. And I think that's all he had. And happy to entertain any questions that anyone might have.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Lynn, for stepping in. We really appreciate you, helping out there and sort of doing that lift for Dr. Elrod as well, and giving us that relating that information to us. All right. Looks like we're ready then for MTSU Engineering. How about MTSU?
Yes,
I'm
here.
Oh, there he is.
I'm sorry. I was looking to try and share the screen. Hang on a second. Where is it? I can't see where I've got the presentation available, so I will probably just talk through it. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ken Curry. I'm chair of the Engineering and Technology Department at MTSU. We have 3 different engineering technology programs that are all 3 accredited, one in electrical and electromechanical engineering technology, another in mechanical engineering technology, and a third in computer engineering technology. And then we have one ABET accredited engineering program in mechatronics engineering. So in total, we have almost about 550 students across all 4 of those programs. Our mechatronics engineering program was recently reaccredited in this last summer action from ABET, and our engineering technology programs are being accredited this fall, or under review this fall. So we're busy preparing for that. We've also got a brand new building that's going to be coming online in May of 2025. It's going to be 89,000 square feet. We've already received approximately about $1.5 million of equipment donations, gift in kind, as well as actually new equipment that we've purchased, and we're going to have another significant investment of equipment coming out of the construction budget as well. So we have also used the TDCI grant money for some of this similar kind of things. We basically are funding up to 10 students to actually pass the FE exam for this coming year. It's a little bit, we'll usually have about 2 or 3 students that'll pass it in the fall, and then we'll have probably about 10 to 12 that will pass it in in the spring. And this gives an extra incentive for the students to actually put a good effort into actually attempting to pass the FE exam. And what we've found is that our students are at the national average in terms of the pass rate. It's a little bit less because we do have some students that try to take the FE exam after they've graduated, and we find that they just don't do as well as the ones that are in classes and doing the prep while they take the FE exam. So we've got about 2250 in terms of reimbursing students who pass the FE exam. And then we also have partial travel for our SME Robotics Club to actually travel to Marion, Ohio. Last year, they actually won first place in a brand new competition for automation and assembly kind of robotics. They did a really cool project with a FANUC robotic controller that we had, along with some conveyors that we took up to Marion. But we also placed in the sumo robot as well as the combat robots. So that's a fun event. We probably have about 25 students that travel to Marion, and this money will actually help fund some of that travel. We have a little bit of capstone, senior capstone materials. We probably spend close to $15,000 on capstone materials for mechatronics and our engineering technology programs. But most of that money is usually spent before the grant's actually awarded. And then the other thing that we're trying to prepare is to just do a periodic replacement of some digital multimeters for our electronics labs. And that's the remainder of the request. I want to say thank you to the state of Tennessee, to the architectural and engineering boards for supporting the engineering and architectural programs in the state. This is really, I've been associated with state schools since 1989, so it's a long, long time, almost 30 years. And I've always been familiar with this program, and it's always been a blessing for all the programs. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Curry. Appreciate that information, that update. All right. Looks like we have MTSU Interior Design, perhaps. Are they online? If not, that's okay. I know it's sort of a joint proposal. All right. Hearing none, then we'll move on then. It looks like Tennessee Tech Engineering.
Wonderful. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for letting us come and talk today. I do have a short presentation, if I can share that. Can you all see my screen?
We can.
Okay. Oh, see. Sorry, I just. Okay, there we go. So first of all, I want to thank the board for the continued support to Tennessee Tech University and students and its programs. We are very thankful for the support that we received over the years, and as a result of that, we were able to encourage our students to take the FE exam, engage in hands-on activities, and become a part of the Tennessee workforce. So I'm just going to give a few bits of information. First one is one of the great news, and we are really excited about this. We've been working on this for several years now. It's a new building. Before this building, the newest building we have for engineering is what you see on the bottom right. That was built in 1960s. We did not have any new engineering buildings since then. And the one you see in the middle is the new Ashraf Islam Engineering Building. It is a truly interdisciplinary, collaborative space for our students. It's about 100,000 square feet, and the grand opening is going to be on October the 15th. And Governor Bill Lee is coming to open this building for us, and we are excited about this. And students are walking through this building and giving us great feedback on how we can continuously refine it. So I want to extend an invitation to everyone here. If your time permits, please join us at Tennessee Tech University for the grand opening of the new engineering building. So other points I want to share quickly, very quickly. These are our fast facts of students. As of this fall, we have over 3,100 students in the College of Engineering with 93 faculty members. And our first to second year rotation rate is about 83%. And we have 8 ABIT accredited undergraduate programs, and we have secured $39 million in research funding this past year. So here is a slide that we are particularly proud of. We have been reaching out to extensively to high schools in the vicinity over the past few years. And as a result, we were able to serve the state of Tennessee even more so than in the past. The line in the purple shows the incoming number of first-time freshman students. So we had a goal of reaching 759 in 2025, and we are proud to say we have already reached and surpassed that goal in 2024. We have 774 students started this fall as first-time freshmen and over 200 students as transfer students. And we crossed, in the College of Engineering, we crossed over 3,000 students, the benchmark we had in the College of Engineering. And our numbers are rising by the day. And when it comes to recruitment, in addition to recruiting students from high school, we also think that we need to work with the schools way ahead of time. So we have been offering the summer camps for high school students over the years, but in the past couple of years, we have done a bit of overhaul, and as a result of this overhaul and extensive reach out, we have seen a significant increase in the number of students expressing interest in our summer camps. So as you see in this graph, not too long ago, we had about 60 students. This past summer, we had over 260 students. And the number of applications we received was over 500. And we did not have the capacity to serve all 500 then, so we accepted 300 and about 265 participated. The summer of 25, we are gearing up to support it for over 350 students. And and the good thing is, like, all the students that participate in the summer camp, we tell them at the end of the camp, if you completed this camp, they will get a $1,000 scholarship to pursue a College of Engineering degree at Tennessee Tech. So for the activities for this past year, quickly, like, we have done several things. One is we designed and offered a 0 credit hour FE preparation course for civil engineers and mechanical engineers. We had about 20 students in each of these programs, each of these classes. We provided the course material and the testing preparation material, and we also provided support through your grant to pay for the FE exam fee. In addition, we want the third year and the second year students also to consider the significance of professional licensure. As a result of that, we had guest speakers come and talk about the benefits of professional licensure within the state and how engineering profession is championing the workforce and the importance of ethics, law, and through case studies. In addition to the FE exam, we also have done a lot of activities outside of classes. Like the one you see on the top right is taken place during the Engineers Week. We had lots of hands-on activities to instill curiosity and creativity among students and on the top of critical thinking. And this is a group of students where they competed with each other to see which measure stands up above and beyond. And that is one of the activities there. We have refined our first year engineering courses extensively and through hands-on activities. And I can say that proudly, our retention rates have increased to over 80% in a matter of 2 years. And senior design projects, of course, like every other university, we have senior design projects, and our students participated in them, and we use a moderate support from your funds for senior design. In addition, for the Baja, Formula, SAE Aero, we have utilized some of your funds. And the one on the bottom right is one of our SAE Aero team that just started, and they built a couple of aircrafts. They haven't participated in a competition yet, but we are hoping in 2025 they will participate in a competition. With that, I will stop and say thank you, and I'll take any questions.
All right, looks like we're ready to move on. Thank you so much, Dr. Yelamarthi. I appreciate that. This really looked good. Thanks for the that update.
Thank you.
All right, looks like we're then ready for TSU engineering. Dr. Lin?
Yes. Can I share my screen? I make a very simple slides.
Oh, very good. Yeah. And the slides weren't required just for you guys that are online, but we appreciate the visual, but it's not necessarily required if you weren't able to.
Okay. So I click share. Okay. So basically, I want to just highlight what we have done with the grant so far. Is always appreciated. So first, my name is Lin Lee, currently serving as the interim dean, the College of Engineer. College of Engineer at Tennessee State has 5 departments and 4 engineer ABAT program, 1 ABAT program computer science. So is in the last year we have the request the budget $30,000 we're using for the FE materials. And we also purchase software for the student prepare for their FE exams. And we do the student design computation, including travel and also material, and including also computers. So is a total spend about $27,000, and there's something left over. So is this is the student do a computation with the concrete canoe, the civil engineer program. So what they did is every year when they do the computation, we are really thankful for our neighbors, the Lipscomb University and the Vanderbilt University, and all the student chapter always stay together in a concrete canoe computation. They exchange idea, they're kind of helping each other. Especially Tennessee State this is the 3rd year we run a concrete canoe, and we really want to learn from them and sometimes using their facilities. So this is really appreciated. Again, this is thanks for the also the license board give the funding to support them. And also this year we are using part of funding to support a mechanical engineering group student go to computation for a power vehicle. Basically, it's bike. So their participant design and work with them. So they have 2 small items, the champions, and overall they are competing with like 16 teams together. So that's the mechanical engineering students really learn from these competitions. So when they come back, they really want to interesting for more engine designs. Another computation we support is A&E. A&E is the Advanced Minority in Engineering. So this is for the Black Engineer of the Year competitions. So it's totally, there are 17 HBCU engineering team stay together competing. This year, the topic is the water and environment. So we have 2 faculty bring the 4 students go competing. So we support them from their idea, then from their kind of computer and just search the result and design. So we supporting from these fundings. Another thing is we did is for the new engineering building. You probably see every Tennessee State Tennessee engineering school has a new engineering building. So we also kind of make a dreams a long time, and so this year it seems to come true quickly. So we already architect finished design. Again, the same team with Tennessee Tech, same architecture team. So they finished design and waiting for kind of got already approvals, and so they are right now almost finished all the designs. So waiting for the fitting for the next summer. So this is 68,000 square feet. So they call phase one. So this is a entrance phase and another picture showing the backside of the building. So this building designed for the freshmen's experience. So basically, this is for the freshmen's all the lab facility, classroom for freshmen, make sure they're interested in engineering, attracting more engineering school students to the Tennessee State. So this is and this year we have adding two new kind of minors. One is construction management minor because a lot of our students are interested in construction management. So MTSU has very strong construction management, but some of our students also interested in that. So we adding a minor. Another thing we adding is we call mining engineers. So probably is in Tennessee we don't have any mining engineers. So this time the US DOE want to increasing diversify workforce in mining. So they are invite us write a proposal. We got funding, so we start with mining engineering minor first. So we want to see how it's working. So far we work all the others, the mining programs across the country to develop the syllabus. So that's all we have. Again, thanks again for your support. Always very, very important. That's all my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. That's interesting. There's been a lot of chatter in the industry about mining, sort of subterranean sort of engineering and all the rest. So that seems like that's picking up. And I bet that's particularly painful for the engineers to have to reach out to architects who design their buildings. But, it's the nature of the beast. But that's great to see all that activity and to seeing all the programs thriving. So thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, but the architects need the engineers to make sure it stands up.
That's right. Touche. All right. Good deal. Let's see. We are ready then for the University of Memphis Architecture.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Jennifer Barker. I'm the Director of Graduate Studies in Architecture at the University of Memphis. And I'm here representing our chair, Michael Hagee, who apologizes for not being here, but asked that I deliver the following comments. On behalf of our architecture and interior architecture students, I would like to express our gratitude for the grant funding from the board. This funding is essential to providing academic enrichment and professional development opportunities for our students. This year, as we have done for several years, we requested grant funds to continue and enhance our lecture series. We also requested funds to pay AIAS dues and INCARD fees for our professional Master of Architecture degree students. Historically, the lecture series has funded bringing nationally and regionally recognized architects to campus for lectures and meetings with students, including some visits to the design studios and individual critiques of student work. The lectures are offered in partnership with AIAS Memphis, AIA Memphis, NOMA Memphis, and open to local architects and designers. In addition to benefiting from the guest lecturers, students can interact with the local professionals, thus furthering their academic enrichment and offering additional opportunities, including possible academic internships, potential AXP opportunities, and other activities and programs intended to encourage and enhance their entry into the profession. Among these guest lecturers are Jonathan Moody of Moody Nolan, Rizwan Faruqi and Bang Dang of Far & Dang Studio in Dallas, Richard Jensen of Works Bureau in Phoenix, and previously Brian Phillips of Interface Studio Architects in Philadelphia, and Sam Cordy, president of the Ghana Institute of Architects. By covering costs of AIAS dues, students can participate in special local, regional, and national AIAS activities, and also have access to a larger number of videos and other tutorials. Covering the cost of setting up their INCARD file and starting AXP assists students in beginning their professional careers, working in architecture offices, and taking steps towards becoming an architect. While we have not yet had any students take advantage of this, we also offer to reimburse students for each section of the ARE they pass while enrolled within the MMARC degree program. In closing, we sincerely appreciate this opportunity to address the board and express our sincere thanks for this grant funding that is so beneficial to our students. We thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Ms. Barker. I appreciate you stepping in. Any questions or comments? All right, very well then.
I do want to compliment the architects. I think they do a couple of things really well. And some of the things that they provide to their students just as they enter school. A lot of the programs I've noticed provide them these, I don't know, they're some sort of a kit that has all sorts of tools and equipment and things in it that, the other thing too is this lecture series, all the architectural schools do that. And obviously that's a significant benefit, bringing people in who've actually practiced in the field. And I'm not exactly sure, I'll defer to the architects, I'm not sure what these learned professionals come in and do in these programs, but obviously it's of high value to the students.
It is. So thank you very much for the funding that supports that.
Thank you so much. All right. It looks like we're ready then for the other side of the coin over there in Memphis, engineering. Do we have a representative for Memphis Engineering? If not, that's okay. Just want to make sure we cover everybody. Union. We got somebody from the Union University. All right, Union University, going once, going twice. All right, moving on to, UT Chattanooga Engineering.
Yeah, this is Chuck Margraves. If I could share the screen, that'd be great.
Yep. Should be available to you. A little dial up there if you want to.
All right.
Should say click on share there and then it might, yep.
Up there. There we go. All right. Again, like I said, I'm Dr. Chuck Margraves, Associate Professor at the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga from the Department of Mechanical Engineering. We'd like to thank the board also for this opportunity. I can tell you from past experience with this grant that this money does directly impact our students. It's enhanced our labs and our teams as well. So we're very, very appreciative for that. So this year, there's two places we're looking to kind of help with this. And the first one I'm really excited about, we have a faculty member here, Dr. Trevor Elliott. And over the years, we've decided what's the best way to kind of see how your students have done over the entirety of the program. So in the last 2 years, he started to have a pre-test for students that kind of simulates the fundamentals of engineering exam. So we've used that. He actually comes in on a Saturday, has all of our senior design students come in, take an exam very similar to what they're going to see for the FE to kind of get them ready. So we've done the traditional program where we train them over several weeks in different areas, but then we've added this as well. So we've requested funds to help provide up to 25 students to take the fundamentals of engineering exam. So we're kind of excited to see how this new program works and if that enhances our students' ability to do well in that exam. The second thing that we're asking for is we're looking for some pumping equipment to enhance our fluid mechanics lab. We've recently gone through some moving of different labs here at UTC, and in that process, we decided it was probably time to upgrade that lab. So we've already put a lot of time and money into the lab to increase some of the options that students will get to see. But one thing we couldn't put into the budget at that point was some pumping equipment. And if you know anything about UTC, we kind of sit in the middle of several different power generations. So TVA's got a heavy presence here with our students. So we've got a hydroelectric dam about 5 miles from campus. We've got a nuclear plant about 20 miles less than 20 miles from the campus. And then we've got pump storage at Raccoon Mountain. So having a pumping equipment that would show students how to use both series and parallel would be really useful for us. Also, the piece of equipment we're looking for would allow us to expand to do some other things like water turbines that are very important for our students because a lot of them go to TVA. So for people who like to see pictures of the equipment, I wanted to provide that as well. But those are the two areas our funds would go to this year. And again, in the past, I've worked with this project and seen how it directly impacts our students. So we're again very thankful for the opportunity to propose something to you. I think that's all I had.
Great, thank you so much. That looks great. Appreciate the heads. I didn't really realize you were that close to the nuclear side of things too, so that was interesting. Appreciate you sharing that information. Unless we have any questions from the board, I think we're free to move on then to UT Chattanooga Interior Design. Or
Yes, I'm here. I'm Catherine Kendall. I'm a full professor at UTC in Interior Architecture and Design. We appreciate you letting us speak to you today. Like ETSU, we're also seeing unprecedented growth in our program. We're now up to 145 students in the major and pre-major, including an unprecedented number of 79 new freshmen we had this fall, and that could go even higher when we get to the spring. We also have a total of 26 students that are in a historic preservation minor that we have. And as the program continues to grow, we're still focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion because we know that brings diversity to unique thought in our classrooms, values, beliefs, and discipline in the studio, and also to creative endeavors in their problem solving. On the other hand, we also know that all of our programs are inherently expensive. So like last year, we're following a similar vein. We're just changing things up slightly from our request from TVA. We're focusing on 4 areas. They all do tie to diversity, equity, and inclusion. The first one is in professional licensing and exams and certification. We have students take the IDFX, and we're now starting this year, starting to require that they take it in the fall. All of our seniors have to take it in the fall before they graduate. We have seen that more and more students are asking to take it, and we're also having from our professional advisory board and other professionals that we talk to that the professionals are really encouraging it from the outside as well. Along with the NCIDQ, at the same time, we're seeing environmentally responsible design and construction and operation practices become more and more important. So our seniors are also required in the spring to either take the WELL accredited, the WELL AP exam, or the LEAD exam in the spring. With that exam, they are only reimbursed if they pass the exam on that one. Our number 2 area of requesting and funding is for several copies of the NCIDQ Interior Design Reference Manual. As of now, we have 2 courses. One is called Responsive Design, that of course focuses more on, has a portion of it, I should say, that gets them ready for the LEAD and WELL exam, whichever one they want to take. And then we also have another course called Professional Competence that has a component of it that helps prep them for the NCIDQ. The third area that we're requesting funding for is experiential learning opportunities, because we know that, and we have several different ways that we do that. We have study tours that actually acquaint students with regional and national historic landmarks, as well as international. We have a study tour going to the UK this summer. We also do things like take them to lighting workshops that could generally going to be found in more regional metropolitan areas, and designer resource tours such as maybe to Nashville, Atlanta, that familiarize students with the wholesale sources that are available to them, how they work, and also taking them on tours of prestigious design firms. We have found that this experiential learning really helps bring to life what we're trying to teach them in the classroom, so they're learning by doing. It's also giving them a broader view of the world and the community and insight into their own skills and their interest and their passion. And I should say broader view of the world. We still have a growing number. It continues to grow of first generation students coming into the program. Our last area of need was for funding for first-year studio supplies that covers many of the basic drafting, rendering, and model building supplies needed in the first-year studio courses. Again, supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion, so that we have all freshmen that come in that have a desire and talent can be included in the major, and it's not beyond their financial reach. So that's all of our presentation. We just wanted to thank you for your continued support of our program and interior design programs across the state, because it does directly impact our students that we have in the programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kendall. Is there any comments or questions from our board? All right, hearing none then, I appreciate that presentation. I think we are free to move on then to our next proposal. Let's see who we've got here. UT Knoxville Architecture.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Wilkinson. I'm the IT director here in the College of Architecture and Design, University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Dean Young couldn't be here today, so he asked me to sit in for him. I'd like to thank the board again, as every year, for your continued support. It really means a lot to our students. This is actually the 24th year for me that I've been involved in our proposal, so it's been a long time. Main thing going on here at the college is growth. We're actually projecting 30% growth of our students over the next 5 years. In order to handle that, we're expanding into the Southern Railway Depot building, the old train station downtown. We hope to be there, have it as a satellite location by next fall. And we're going to be moving basically one cohort of our students there each year. So, for example, all third-year students across all our programs, architecture, interior architecture, landscape architecture, would all be there together per year. So it affects all of our students. It's a pretty large facility, and there's, we've got, in addition to getting the building renovated, we've also got to outfit the building so that it's equal. The resources there are equal to what we have here on campus. So that affects the equipment portion of our request, which this year we're asking for a large format plotter to help to outfit that facility. Our request over the past few years have been about 60% operations, 40% equipment. The operations portion again this year has to do with our Fab Lab, consumables for the Fab Lab. The Fab Lab is where students go to for rapid prototyping. It's filled with 3D printers, a CNC mill, laser cutters, that kind of thing. And the type of consumables that your funding provides are, for example, the filament for the 3D printers, which they go through a lot of filament. We've got banks of 3D printers down there. And the fact that you guys support us with these materials allows the students to use the Fab Lab at no additional cost, which really makes a difference, I think. And it gets a lot of use, and I think it gets a lot more than it would if students would have to pay out of pocket for every model that they build. So that's where we are. That's how we're hoping to use the grant funds this year. And again, I'd just like to thank the board for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkinson. Looks like we may have a comment from one of our board members.
Yes, this is Frank Wagster, and I'm a graduate of UT Knoxville's Architectural School, by the way. But in looking at the way our grants are subdivided, I guess you'd say, it would be better for you financially if you would break out requests for the architecture, interior design, and landscape architecture as a separate request.
Okay.
And that has to do with the way our grants are set up. But I noticed that your proposal has included all as a lump proposal, and you would benefit from breaking it down. And so,
Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind, and we'll make that change for next year.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
Elton, did I say that well enough to get the point across?
You were distinguished and eloquent.
Oh, yeah. Well, I went to UT Architectural School, so.
Okay, it looks like we're ready then for, unless there's any other questions, comments, looks like we're ready then for our next proposal. It looks like UT Knoxville Engineering.
Yeah. So I'm Eric Lucosi. I'm here on behalf of the Associate Dean, Dr. Michael Danqua, who couldn't be here. I'm a professor in the Nuclear Engineering Department, and I'm currently serving as the interim department head for the new Applied Engineering and Technology program. So first, thank you for your continued support of the Tickle College of Engineering. The funds that we requested first was to help support students to take the FE exam. So if they sign up and they complete the exam, they can apply for getting a refund for the cost of taking that, and that will support up to 50 students financially. The second request has to do with helping develop the new laboratory experiences for our new Bachelor of Science degree in Applied Engineering. So this new program will have 4 concentrations: applied manufacturing, applied aerospace, applied computer science, and energy conversion and storage. The AET department will offer academic programs that emphasize hands-on practical applications of engineering principles to solve real-world problems. It will leverage the Tickle College of Engineering's longstanding reputation in engineering to offer a transformative pathway to engineering education to students, particularly those who thrive on hands-on learning and seek tangible applications of theoretical knowledge, offering a platform to channel their practical orientation into structured problem solving that is directly relevant to industry and the land-grant mission of the institution. So there are 4 items that we wish to purchase with the funds to help build out the laboratory experiences. The first is a 3D printer that will allow students to design and fabricate parts, which will support education and additive manufacturing. That will be complemented by a CNC milling machine for subtractive manufacturing. And the third would be a laser cutter engraver. And then the last item would be a programmable logic controller training kit, which is an essential piece of equipment for teaching automation and control systems in factory floor settings. As far as this, what was done with the funds last year, I was not provided that information, so I can't answer that. I will say that UT is experiencing quite a bit of growth. Don D. Plowman is really pushing hard on that. We have close to 6,000 engineering students this fall, with a 93% retention rate between the first and second years, roughly 93%. Don't put that in the newspaper. But other than that, I will say that about 10 years ago, you guys supported a proposal for me to build a clean room facility for chip manufacturing, and that's still up and running. It's a core facility now, and I am looking to leverage that to build out a training program within the new AET department to support the CHIPS Act, right? Getting chip manufacturing back into the United States. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Dr. Lucosi, and that's neat to see you tackling those real-world problems, especially with the chips, potential chip shortage and all that, maybe bringing some of that home. So that's great. That's good to see that in action. Appreciate your efforts on that, on all of that. Do we have any questions or comments for Dr. Lucosi? All right. Hearing none, then we can move on to UT Martin Engineering. Are they on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm Ashley Owens. I'm actually filling in for Dr. McCullough. Unfortunately, he got called to another meeting, so I'm going to try to do my best to fill his shoes. I teach in the manufacturing, mechatronics, and mechanical department here at UTM. And first off, thank you for helping with the grant and the money. I know this past year what the money was used for. 12,000 of that went towards equipment for our labs. We're a very hands-on university, so being able to purchase that equipment keeps that hands-on experience available for the kids in the lab. And the next portion was we spent around $1,160 on the fundamentals of engineering exam preparations. And we still require students to pass the FE before they graduate. And so what we have found with this prep course is, along with the prep course, and if the students pass the FE on the first attempt, we will reimburse their fees. And so we've seen an uptick in the kids taking part in the prep course. They like to get that money back. And so money speaks to college students. And so they really like that side of it. And we have gotten a lot of good feedback from the prep course because the students can do it at their own pace. We've tried the class where we invite the students in the evenings, but they've had issues. And so this at their own pace has really been, we've seen a lot better progress with that. And then finally, we had a little under 10,000 that we spent towards senior design capstone projects. And so what we do with those is we had Arrow, and I'm going to brag on them a little bit. We finished third in the regular class, and we were first in the U.S. And what I really love about that is we do not have an aerospace program. So the kids were really proud to finish first in the U.S. in the regular class. Unfortunately, the gentleman who I co-advised with, who is kind of the brains behind it, is retiring. So we sent him out on top, but that's what I told him. And then we also had the Baja team that we've sent to competition. We have the IEEE robot was one of the capstone projects. And then I saw in some of the pictures, I saw in Lipscomb, I saw in CBU and TSU, some familiar places. UT Martin actually held the concrete canoe, well, the ASCE competition this year. So unfortunately, I had to be at a conference, so I didn't get to watch that, but I heard a lot of good things, and I hope those that got to come to UT Martin enjoyed it. Hope you got to tour the new building. And so that's kind of all of it from where the grant money went. I will add, we do have another new building coming on campus. It's going to be called the Test Hub. It is the Tennessee Entrepreneurial Science and Technology Hub. So I think in the next couple of years, we're in the design phase. In the next couple of years, that building will be up and available for students. And it will house our senior design capstone lab spaces. And it will also have classrooms, and it will help out with our manufacturing and mechatronics programs here at UT Martin. Other than that, I think that's all I have. Thank you again for the grant money, and thank you again for letting us sit in and kind of give you our feedback.
Great. Well, Dr. Owens, you did a fantastic job covering so much and such short notice. So appreciate you doing that and stepping in for the dean on that regard. And we appreciate that update. Was there any comments or questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to say congratulations. You're the one university that actually requires passing the FE prior to graduation. There are a number of people that require that students take it, but you're the only one. And I see your pass rates are really, really high. So y'all are doing a great job, and thank you for that.
Well, thank you. And we've had a lot of feedback from industry that we've contemplated getting rid of it, and they said please don't. They said they can see the difference, and so that's kind of been the push for us to keep that. And I'm a former graduate, and so I'm kind of thinking that's not fair if the new students don't have to pass it. So I'm always voting to keep it in also. So
stay the course.
There you go. So, well, thank y'all. Now I have to run to class. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut off, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Then we'll just do one last call for anyone that was still on the call remaining that has not been able to present. I don't think there are any. I don't see anyone else on the phone. So at this point, I think we can bring this to a close. Chair, are we good for about like a 5-minute break and then maybe see what we can push through before we break for lunch? Would that be okay with you? The last person needs to release control. Yeah, we'll just need the last person to go ahead and release control on the slideshow as well. But I'm sorry, back to you, Chair. Are we good for like maybe a 5-minute break and then we'll come back?
A break would be good. Do we need a motion?
No, we just take a break. We recess.
Take a break.
Sounds good.
Let's take a recess.
All right, everybody, if you want to go ahead and find your seats and then we'll get started again. All right. And as for grant presentations, if there's anyone left, you're free to hang on for as long as you like or leave. We won't be circling back there either. So I believe we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got quorum, Chair. So I'm sure we'll pick up Dr. Ash here in a moment. If you want to get us started, we'll take off.
We shall reconvene.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Where we last left it was the director's report. And before we do that, I noticed we have a special guest here. Toby was floating around. He'd just like to say a couple words to you.
I was literally headed to the farmer's market to eat, and I was like, I'll see if these guys are still down here. I saw Brian this morning. Brian and I go back to Metro. I think I appointed you to the BZA. Technically, the mayor did, but I think I facilitated that back in the day. So glad you're here and contributing here to your industry. And thank you all for your service and your work. When I was assistant commissioner and had Reed's job, he was down here earlier. I would periodically come, and I remember the grant presentations and so forth, and I'll look forward to signing that memo whenever it comes to my desk here in a week or two. But thank you for what you do, what contributions you make to the state, the contributions you make back to your industries, your respective industries. I think that's really vitally important. And we've got a lot of boards and commissions, and the consistent thing I see are people that want to serve and people that want to help Tennesseans and want to help their businesses. And so thank you for that. Gwen runs a great meeting. I've gotten to see Gwen rise up and then become a director, and he does a great job. Our attorneys, Heidi came to a lunch with the commissioner and Deputy Commissioner Peck and Michael Driver the other day. We thank her for that. We periodically do things for all employees where we just have sandwiches, and there's no agenda. It's very informal, and so we do those things, and it's an opportunity to kind of break down. Commerce Insurance covers so much shoreline, right? It gives us a chance to break down the silos of the different divisions, right? Our fire division is really uniquely different than the regulatory boards division. Our TennCare oversight division is really uniquely different than the Toledo division that trains all of our police officers. So we have to deliberately be purposeful in that. And so we were glad that Heidi came up, and I think we had a really fun lunch and just a kind of arranging conversation. And that's kind of the culture that Commissioner Lawrence Carter, he likes to create, and that's something that I'm tasked with kind of helping achieve. So thank you guys, all the staff folks that do all the work. I mean, it's really, really incredible. The department's going great right now. It's been a very busy summer, and we are just conducted a series of town halls, and so we've gotten everybody convened back and talked to all the staff and done some updates there. But I'd be happy to take any questions that y'all might have, and I'll fumble through it.
Well, I've prepared them for that, so they're good if you have to do any of that.
Y'all keep up the good work. I'm gonna go get a taco.
Yeah, sounds good.
See y'all.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Appreciate that.
I'm just Toby.
All right. Well, good deal. See where we got next. We're director's report. That's where we're at. Let's see. Let's dive in there. All right. 2025 NCARB and CLARB meetings. Since we've got our new slate of next year's meetings, I figured it might just be a good opportunity to just go ahead and get approval for travel for that and knock that out. And then we're not trying to piecemeal it as we get in the year. And so as a result, these are the meetings that we have on the slate. And we've got regional NCARB in Philadelphia, February 27th through March 1st. We've got annual NCARB in Scottsdale, June 19th through June 21st. And then we've got annual CLARB in Lexington, September 18th through September 20th. I figured if that's okay with the board, we can just take that in one vote. A motion for our architects to attend their conferences, and of course Blair to attend his.
Do we need to assign architects to go to those meetings, or
No, that's
we're
fine,
good,
because
we're good?
some is state funded, some is NCARB funded, but we've got a rotation going, so our members are aware, so that's fine. I know in the past we've done that, but we just figured we'll just keep them on a rotation, really just authority to go. That's really the issue.
Do
Yeah,
we
thank
have-
you for thinking of it, though.
Absolutely. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
A second?
Second.
Very well.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, great. You guys just made that too easy for me. Let's see, conference updates. We're going to do 3. We've got NCEES annual meeting. We're going to do engineers conference roundtable, which was recent, and the CLARB conference. So let's start with NCEES annual meeting. That was August 14th to the 17th in Chicago, Illinois. So those of you that went, I'll turn it over to you.
We're all looking at each other.
Yeah. We're going to need a thorough transcript of everything that happened and occurred in those 3 days. Now, I just comes to mind. I've got, obviously there was the one major issue, just as a primer, maybe get you going, was the Northeast Zone. They had a recent motion, and we talked a little bit about that in part of the one that we did, the Tennessee Engineers Conference. So maybe that would be a good place to start. That was, I'm trying to see who was, yes, James and Eddie. Maybe you guys, if you want to start with that one, how about that?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's been said the northeast zone of NCWS made a proposal at the annual meeting to basically shorten the amount of time or to provide a time in there for people with engineering technology degrees to be able to become professional engineers. And their proposal was to say that someone with an engineering technology degree and 6 years of experience is eligible to sit for the professional engineer's exam, as opposed to somebody with a bachelor's degree or ABET accredited engineering degree is 4 years of experience. So they're trying to close that gap and basically say that technology degree and engineering degree are the same. And it was a very heated discussion about that in the engineering meeting that was held. And there was people very passionate about it on both sides. It appears, from talking to some of the people that sit on the ABET review committees and that sort of thing, that that there are some universities, particularly in the northern states, that teach a different curriculum to their technology students than what is minimum required by ABET. And in the southern states and middle of the country and south, that's not necessarily the case. And that's where a lot of that of debate was focused on that. There's still a very strong contingent of people who think that it's not the right thing to do. I think the final vote, there was a vote that was held for this proposal to take this recommendation to a committee for further study and to come back at the next annual meeting with the recommendation. And I think it was like a 60-40 vote on that particular motion. So anyway, it was. Eddie, you want have some more to add to that? But it was a very contentious item, and it was very hotly and sometimes nastily debated item.
Yep. Nothing to add.
Oh, great. Well, I pulled the vote, I guess, a little while ago, and that's about the percent. You're pretty accurate, your recollection. But if you just want the exact numbers, it was votes received were 67 votes, and so about that split was almost right on. It was 44 said yes, 23 said no, and we were in the no category. Anyway, we'll just wait and see if they do it. It's in committee now, and obviously our laws and our rules until those change, and then everything remains the same.
We did vote no, and I think one of the compelling things was that the technology degree, the ABET requirement, the minimum did not meet the threshold of what we thought equaled an engineering accredited, an EAC school. And so even though some of the Northeastern programs exceeded that requirement, it's still the minimum meant that the minimum would apply. So, and this is for model law.
Yeah, that's right. And this is the model law recommendation. It's not something that we're forced to adopt, but it's something that's in the model law.
And that's a great reminder to anyone that may be listening or going back this recording later too. Whatever the associations do, that's an entirely separate thing than from what statute and rule. It's not incumbent upon us just because we're a member of those associations to immediately adopt those things, you know. Now, it's important, it's instructive, because typically the associations represent the industries, and that's where the industry may be going, which ends up trickling down into a bill that we're having to sort of manage at that point and enforce, naturally. And often their work will be cited either in support for or against. And so that those things are important. So it's important that, and I can tell you that just watching our membership, both the land surveyors with their particular issue, with their module that they have for their test, but also with our engineers with the additional pathway that was being discussed. And even the architects, when we were discussing regional alignment, our folks are very conscientious and really want to you've got your regulatory hat on and really thinking about the health, safety, welfare of our folks, and we're weighing all that out, trying to be open and considerate of all the information that's being presented. But at the end of the day, maintaining your fiduciary responsibility. So I appreciate that, and wanted folks to know that too if they're listening in or if they go back and listen to this as well. Any other comments for the NCWS meeting? that was really the highlight, I would say, probably the main takeaway from that meeting. All right, hearing none, and I think we can move on to Engineers Conference and Roundtable. That occurred Tuesday, this past Tuesday, October 1st in Franklin. And of course, so you guys jump in where you want, but I'll give you the quick little, I'll give you the topics. How about that? Since we had our agenda and items. We discussed board composition and mission. We did sort of a quick little civics lesson to sort of shake that out, what that looks like, how that would apply, practically speaking, when doing that. Minimum requirements, we always try to touch on that because, although most folks are engineers there, sometimes you have folks, vendors or whatever, floating through that they really don't know that. And so I don't want to take that for granted. And so we just touch on those minimum requirements. Consumer due diligence, we always try to touch on that just because we're all consumers. Even though you may be a licensed professional, if you buy and sell a house or whatever else you do, if you're touching any of the professions, you're going to need a licensed professional. And so you've got a little bit more of a inside peek of how that looks and making sure you verify they got a license, or what their scope of work is. Vetting your licensed professional, understanding that's minimum qualifications and not necessarily the preferred qualifications. You ever apply for a job, you have basic qualifications, then you got preferred. If basic's good for you and that's what you want, and you don't need to go any further. But if you've got a choice, sometimes maybe preferred is better. So those type of things. And then we got into the meat of some of the stuff we talked about. And then Alton, he got into the licensure and enforcement and some tips along the way. And you guys jump in anytime as I touch on your topics. But he discussed some carryover PDHs. That's no longer allowed or permitted. FEP exams, computer-based. And then just some really good tips, housekeeping tips, like when you update your address, letting us know so you get that notice. I mean, ultimately, it's your responsibility. It's your license. It's your profession. But, as a courtesy, we send out those reminders, and we can't send it to you if we don't know where you live. And so if you're sailing around the world and I'm not going to be worried about your license, then I guess nothing we can do for you. But if you've got an address and no outstanding warrants and want to share it with us, then just let us know. So we talked about enforcement, failure to renew your license. We all hate that when somebody just misses, their renewal. So it's unlicensed activity, and we have to deal with it as such. That's exposure to the public. We don't know what they're doing, and that's why we ask to hear from you every 2 years, and we need your PDHs and the like. So it's a serious infraction, but but it's unnecessary if you just miss the date, your calendar didn't pop. So let's just some basic sort of housekeeping stuff. Possible threats to licensure. Jason touched on that, and that's one of those things. We go to these jurisdictions and we hear from what they're doing, and so he just kind of cued in our associations of where that might come from and what that looks like. And then he, since he was in stride, he went ahead and just picked up UK Mutual Recognition Agreement as well and touched on that. And we already talked about the New England states, and then Dr. Ash with artificial intelligence brought us home and closed us out. Anything along the way that you guys wanted to kind of expand upon, or is that about it? All right. I love it. We're gonna start maybe do all kinds of presentations before we get into the bulk of our stuff from now on. I can just sneak anything in now. All right. I think that covers that. CLARB conference. Blair and I were able to attend that in Buffalo this past September 19th through 21st. And that was... Yeah, I mean, Blair, if you want to talk about that, we were kind of sidebarring about that a second ago.
Well, I said the same thing. I scratched my head wondering why. But it was actually a very good location. It's a historic area. It's a sort of wild and crazy as far as development of the United States and that northeastern territory and connecting the lakes, that kind of thing. It was, to me, historically, it was very fascinating. It wasn't like Vegas was last year, a little different, but it was actually a really good site. And it was easier to get to than I would have ever imagined. So would I have selected Buffalo? Maybe not. But I wasn't complaining once I got there because it was really well done. And the program that they had, for example, a walking tour down along the bay, down along the waterfront. And we were guided by an architect who's involved, his firm is involved with the redevelopment and sort of the design of a great part of that. And he brought in the history of the area, the changes that are taking place, and then current day where the local, the citizens of Buffalo said, look, with our professional sports, we want to be on the water. We want to be down here. We want to be close. Well, then what do you do with all the historic remains down below? But you also have to think about parking, which, you know, it's the same thing with that major cities go through. But I was fascinated by it. The facility was just fine. The hotel was just fine, you know. Next year we'll be in Lexington, which is closer for us. So, you know, and I'm very familiar with Lexington. But anyway, so that's sort of the scoop on that. But it was if I'll just continue on, you have just a written synopsis of a few things. But a few things that I found, just a little. I won't apologize. I will not apologize. But I was really thankful, Glenn, that you were there. It was really helpful, and it was fun to see that Glenn knew people from some of the MBEs, from other, you know, from NCARB and so on, that, you know, that he fit right in with everybody, of course. The uniform standard, Clarb has a uniform standard with regard to the approach to licensure, and so what Blair will be doing here in the coming months is, I'm a spreadsheet guy, and I don't apologize for that, but I want to compare sort of what Clarb has recommended to what Tennessee has. And I'll come back to the committee and just, you know, tell the committee sort of what my recommendation is, whether or not I recommend that Tennessee make any adjustments or not. So that'll be coming in the coming months. One of the most of the sessions were very interesting, but the ICOR, Interorganizational Council on Regulation, which includes NCEES, NCARB, CIDQ, it was a fascinating conversation about overlap of services, of what we do. So it's interesting. They have developed a spreadsheet. They developed a spreadsheet that, and they gave us a couple of examples to where an architect designed this, and, you know, and you look to see whether or not that architect designing that was within their realm, their scope of what they're educated to do or not. But they're developed this spreadsheet. It was very draft at this moment, but they came back to the group and basically said, hey, is this usable? Is this something you think would be helpful? And really the only question that came up during that is whether or not you agree or disagree with services that we as professionals can provide. You know, whether I can do that or you can do that or what have you. But those will be fleshed out in the future. It was a fascinating conversation in the beginning to the process. And then I participated in a Clarb's bylaw review work group. There's 9 of us. This has been going on not quite a year, but where we are reviewing the bylaws of Clarb. Clarb, though it's not in writing, Clarb likes to redo or at least reevaluate every 5 years or so to look at the bylaws to make sure that we're still on the right path and that things haven't changed a whole lot and whatever. So I'm on that work group. I've been active in that. It's been a fun process. It's taken a lot more time than I ever realized. But we presented to the group on Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Whoa! I mean, yeah.
And had activities.
Yeah, we should give a few extra stars for that, you know. No. Of course not. But anyway, that's about it. There's more to read if you'd like to read more. So thank you, and I appreciate being able to go to these Clarb meetings. Very beneficial.
I've got a question. Since you seem to be pretty well involved in these Clark activities, have you considered any kind of not executive position? What am I trying to say?
National.
Yeah, an office. Have you considered that?
I've been asked, at this meeting, I was asked by 2 people to get more involved. I haven't made a decision whether or not I would do that or not.
Okay. Well, I think it'd be good.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You know, we'll see. But thank you.
I have a question. While you were there, did you get to go on a historic tour by any chance? Frank's Buffalo Wings are there, you know. I just wondered if you were able to get over there.
Let me also share that everybody believes that Buffalo Wild Wings was the originator of wings, and that is not true. That is historically inaccurate. So just so you know.
Thank you.
I can't tell you, I bet 5 or 6 people say, you have to go to Buffalo Wild Wings. It's the original, you know, it's like, no, it's not.
Mythbusters, right here it happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was a great experience, and I'm glad you said that, Frank. I noticed that too. I was watching how he interacted with his peers there in Clarb, and he was sort of a natural, sort of a regular fixture around there. So that just feels like a really a natural extension for him.
You were just happy nobody punched me.
Well, yeah, that kept you between me and everybody else. That was that was a great trip. Appreciate you gonna let me tag along, and I'm hoping to tag along with CIDQ here pretty soon, maybe next year. So, but yeah, you'll be watching those additional pathways, and we'll probably in a landscape architect committee meeting in the future. You know, we'll kind of dive into that, unpack a little bit more. All right, very well. I think we're ready then for committee reports. So we'll start with the engineer committee. Jason Carter stepping in for Mr. Barrett.
Engineer committee met this morning. The one topic on the agenda was 4 licensure applicants. All 4 had disciplinary action taken against them in other jurisdictions, and the topic for all 4 was, in light of what that action was, should they be allowed to continue the path for licensure in Tennessee? And 3 of them we approved, 1 of them we did not, due to the nature of the action.
That's good. There was no further action. They just were, to his point, just dealing with those applications within the scope of the various TCAs, and so there was good, hearty, robust discussion, and kind of gives us a baseline too of how to handle those in the future too. What needs to go to committee, what doesn't, that sort of a thing. Where the committee stands on that. So thank you for leading that, Jason. Sort of short notice. I just threw you to the wolves, but thanks for stepping in and delivering that report. Grants committee then?
That would be me, right?
Yes, sir. That's you.
Okay. We met, we decided, we voted and made a resolution to award based on the spreadsheet. I think everybody got a copy of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the grants committee is recommending approval as the spreadsheet shows the distributions taking place. And we need do we need a board vote?
We would need a board vote on that one. There is a motion from the committee to accept the recommendations as articulated in your spreadsheet, those distributions. And then Blair, you had something you would say?
Yes. How does that work with Frank's suggestion to separate architecture? Interior?
They can't do it this year because they've already submitted, but Frank did give him that notification. You know something, Glenn, we ought to probably follow up with that and just send him an email or some sort of correspondence where we make that recommendation to them.
Oh, actually, he was. He already made note of it. I saw him scratching furiously over there at the end of his presentation, and said he would, carry that forward. But typically, if they'll break it down in their proposal, it's not like they have to give us 4 separate proposals. If they give us one proposal with it all itemized, we'll treat them as 4 separate. So we're not trying to, administratively create any burdens or hurdles for them. But we did that with Belmont, for example. They gave us one proposal, but it had 2, itemized. And sometimes that's just the way they're organized. Sometimes they can't break it up based on their funding or their organizational structure, and so they can't necessarily conform to maybe our model. However, it does appear that
actually Belmont did break theirs.
Did they? Okay. Yeah. There was one in there somewhere that maybe it was on the tabs afterwards. But if they make it clear and sort of divide that line for us, we can present it in that regard.
I still think just as as a courtesy and as an administrative service, we ought to, particularly with them, and I know Frank did a good job of mentioning that, but it would help them to understand that they can do it, break it down into those three categories. And again, he may or may not be there this time next year, so.
Well, I thought that they had in the past. Am I mistaken on that? In previous years, I thought they were separated. No?
No.
Okay.
They've always done it kind of this same way.
So it may be a choice. It may be their choice to organize it that way.
My initial thought was, Alton straightened me out on that. I was thinking, well, maybe it's.
Frank couldn't get you there.
You know, I initially thought, and I didn't do the math, but maybe it was more beneficial for them to just lump it all together. But seeing their proposal, which appeared to be for architectural things, and then I think Alton kind of did take a shot at it, and they're better off splitting it up.
Because of the methodology we use for the distribution, because we take half of that
Right.
and give a pro rata share to each college, each division, they would do better by splitting it up.
Yeah, they would be 3 participating spots in the initial 50% distribution.
And that's not always the case. I mean, it really depends on kind of where they fall, right, Alton? I mean, you know your spreadsheet better than anybody, but is it always the case that for them to break it up, or just in this case?
It generally would almost always be the case because of that $200,000 distribution going to each college. Each college gets a piece of that based on their overall pro rata share. So, you know, it would be better for them to do it that way.
Yeah, also, I think if the landscape architects were given the opportunity to submit a separate proposal, they might actually get some. Just a thought.
One other thing I do want to mention, and this really probably should go to, I assume, what is now a defunct finance committee, but or budget committee, which we used to have. You know, we've petitioned for 2 years now to put more money into this, and we certainly have the funds available to do that. And whenever it's time to make that recommendation again, I would strongly recommend that we consider again asking for a $450,000 budget as opposed to the $400,000 budget.
Is that a motion?
I don't, is there a certain time that we can do that?
No, there's no formal action. I mean, that's already been articulated to administration. What it is I have to, I submit paperwork and intent to either increase or reduce that amount to appropriations, because it's, once appropriations and the bill is signed, then it becomes law, but it's not in our statute. So it's appropriations item, and so it's got a budgetary process all its own. And so, of course, to do that, I've already indicated that within the timeline. And so at this point, it's just waiting on the good news is there doesn't seem to be any appetite to, good news for the grants committee, as I don't think y'all want to end the program, so that it looks like they're not looking to decrease. However, I don't know that there's an appetite necessary to increase at this venture when all the other programs are going before the Hill for review, because of a lot of folks. We're very fortunate, not so much us. I've got a portfolio of 6 programs. Only one of them is going to have sunset review because of they're not self-sufficient, and that's one program. That's not our story, thank goodness. So, we'll have those discussions on the Hill with rules and other stuff like that, but not sunset. But there's going to be a lot of programs, not just our department, but a lot of programs going up before the Hill. So I think there's a sense or an optic there that folks are like, do we really want to be asking for an increase in spending when everybody else is asking for a decrease or stabilizing? And so I don't know that.
I would agree with that under certain circumstances. If we were marginally or even close to a loss, but we never have been, and we've got significant reserves, and I know in the past the administration has come in and taken a portion of those reserves. I'd rather spend it on our constituency. So I would, I think, like to make a motion that this board recommend authorization of, recommend in the budget that we allocate $450,000 towards grants to higher education.
And you've done that, so you wouldn't have to do that again.
When did we do that? Recent?
No, that was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. So it's been done. It's not like it sunsets, your decision. Your decision was just you memorializing, saying we want to do that. That's where we want to
But
go.
isn't each budget cycle, don't we have a responsibility to approve a budget or recommend a budget?
That's done at other level. That's done at the departmental level, but not at each individual sort of
But
board
it
level.
shouldn't be. I mean, forever, we had a budget committee, and the budget committee made the recommendation for the budget every year.
Mm-hmm.
That was taken away from us, but I still don't think that we should be hamstrung by not being able to recommend something that's essential. You heard the appreciation levels for all the universities and what it means to them.
Yeah, the reason we have standing committees, as you know, and then we can form a committee. That the chair can form a committee anytime they please for whatever issues are right. Most boards don't have a finance and budget committee unless there's something that requires action, because that's approved at so it's.
How many of those boards do these types of distributions?
This is the only board that does that distribution. There's no other in reg boards that does a grants committee, but then they already got a grants committee for that, so we don't need a budget committee to say the grant committee got it right.
But if we want to increase the budget.
You can take a vote now, and we're just saying that what we chose 3 years ago, we still want to do that. You could do that, but it's not going to, I'll communicate that, the board wants to do that again, but they're aware of that. I mean, I don't know that the action is moving anything forward.
Quite frankly, I'd like to commemorate that.
So then you could make a motion.
I did.
All right,
Okay.
that is a motion.
Okay, so what,
The motion would be for us to increase our budget to reflect a $450,000 grant to higher education, as opposed to the current budget of $400,000.
That's fine.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question. When does this occur? It's too late now.
Oh, it's,
Next
This will be
year.
for next year.
yeah, I mean,
For 25.
that's correct. The budget comes out, I want to say it's right after legislative session. So it's like late spring, early summer, and they have their own internal pipeline. So yes, right now, we, like, for example, the board says, yeah, we want to send that. Now, the executive branch is the boards, the departments, all of that underneath the governor. And so, the board itself isn't its own independent agency. It's a part of that executive branch, a part of the Department of Commerce and Insurance. And so it takes a collective in that regard saying, yeah, we're going to make that increased buy-in on that regard. And so, the board can every single year say we want to increase that. And then I'll keep relaying that information like I will today as well, which I have done. But until administration says, yeah, we're going to raise that ceiling and file that paperwork, then it's not going to be raised. And
I think more directly in answer to your question, the state of Tennessee is on a July 1 through June 30 fiscal year, and usually that budget data and information has to be in and submitted prior to the legislature going into session, because they're going to put it on the calendar committee and go through all that process. So
That's January.
yeah, and this is the time, if we were going to do it, this would be the time to make that recommendation.
In the past, I think we have done this on a 2 or 3 year cycle where we've requested an increase.
And I wasn't trying to discourage action. It's just the action's already been taken. I didn't want there was sort of a redundancy there. So that was the only consideration. And you know, and the thing is, once I've had other boards, you know, I'll use a couple of smaller boards. I won't name them, but there was some spending, discretionary spending in those departments as well. And they memorialized on the record their position on that. And that spending did not occur at the time just because, you know, obviously it's the department, it's the executive branch making that decision. And so that didn't happen. But, you know, I think for folks that are, you know, kind of their constituency, folks that were kind of pushing that, really wanted to see that done. And you know, there's things that necessarily fall under health, safety, and welfare. We're going to do that every single time. And, you know, stuff that's statutory, we're doing that, full stop. You know, things that sort of move into that gray area, more discretionary place, then there's a lot of discretion that doesn't just lie just entirely with the board. That's going to require sort of a family approach to making those decisions out of the executive branch, you know.
And I would think, given people who teach potential professional services students, giving them the tools and resources that would enhance their ability to do that is providing that service. It's not discretionary. It's specifically going towards the quality of their education and therefore their ability to ensure the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare.
Yeah, you might only butt up against that in the sense that we're the only board that does that. So if it was a necessarily direct line
We're just
to that,
better and smarter than everybody else.
But all right, well, it sounds like we're good on that. Food is here. Dr. Ash.
Yeah, I would like to make a recommendation of modifying our criteria to be favorable more towards the smaller schools. And I know I'm kind of biased for that because I teach in a smaller school and I see the difference between Arkansas State and the University of Arkansas. The smaller schools don't have the $1 billion endowment or the donations or the sources, you know, of funding or funding mechanisms that, you know, the larger school would have. So probably need to be helping the smaller school more if we can.
And point of clarification, the spreadsheet with the distributions, do y'all have that? Could we put that up on the screen?
I bet we could.
You just want that main one, the main spreadsheet?
We have 50% distributed based on enrollment, and then the other 50% based on the requests.
And you do have it on your iPads too, if we kind of lose it for a second. It's right there. It's I think it's final distribution, so it'll be right above grants, middle of the way down. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Heidi. We threw an audible at her. Yeah. All right, so there it is right there in front of you. But it's also on the main screen if behind you and on those screens in front of you. Was there something in particular that kind of caught your eye?
Nothing.
Okay. Yeah.
Depends on how.
Any other, and it should be, well, I forget, I don't think the full board got that in advance, only the grants committee. So this is the first time you're seeing it, at least in large scale. And again, it's on your iPads as well. And if there's anything that, you know, additional questions you have, this conversation can continue online. Obviously, it has to be with me, you know, directly. We can't, you know, we don't want to violate any the Sunshine Act. But if you have questions for me directed in regards to anything we're discussing, I'm happy to kind of, you know, track that down for you. So, all right. Any other questions or concerns? All right. I think we do have lunch. We've got our legal report, reference manual update, but I doubt we're going to be able to, you know, stave that off. I think if we could break for lunch, maybe 30 minutes, 30, 45 minutes, so we can just grab something to eat.
Do we, would y'all rather push through and get done, or?
30.
Well, you want to push through?
Yeah.
Well, that'd be great. The only thing I would say about that is, I remember one time we did that, and then I was a board meeting, I told them, I said, guys, this is gonna be a record meeting. This legal report's nothing. We got into a complaint and it turned into like an hour. So, I mean, that's a risk you take if you go that route. Because if it was like regular items, I'd be like, yeah, let's muscle on through, but a legal report, I'm like, So it's up to you. If you want to, we can muscle on through, but. Yeah.
Let's convene.
All right, let's convene in 30 minutes then, and we'll come back and then get after it, and then hopefully we'll go well.
2:30 or 1:30?
So, yeah. Well, 1:30, well, we'll say, I tell you what, 1:45, is that okay? Just to make sure, yeah. Okay, 1:30.
Is everybody good with 1:30?
All right. Well,
Yeah.
1:30 it is then.
1:30, thank you.
All right, hello. Looks like everyone's back in their seats, so, Chair, of course, it's your prerogative if you want to reconvene.
Let's reconvene the meeting.
All right, sounds great.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Looks like the next thing we had was the public comment period related to items on the agenda as well. Let's look online and see if we've got anybody out there. No? Okay. I don't believe we have anyone on sign-in sheet either, but I'll check. All right, looks like there's no one left in the comment section, and we've only got one person online, so unless Alex wanted to make comments, I think we're good to go. I think we're safe. All right, so then let's get on to the legal portion. Looks like we have the legal report.
Okay, so for the first case, it's 2024-035-921. And this matter was administratively opened. The respondent's license expired July 31st, 2023. On June 25th, 2024, the respondent applied for reinstatement. On the application for reinstatement, the respondent was asked if they practiced in Tennessee since their license was expired, and they answered yes. The respondent stated that it was an oversight on their part for not registering and paying all the fees. The response did not specify any projects that the respondent worked on while unlicensed. Counsel requested additional information. The respondent stated that they worked on 2 projects. The first was a project that involved construction quality assurance oversight for the placement of soil over construction/demolition fill. The work was performed on May of 2023. But the report wasn't stamped and submitted until August 16th, 2023. The second project was an expansion of a construction demolition where they made revisions that included adding labels, details, and clarifications on the drawings. The respondent provided comments on the project in July, October, and November of 2023, and a final revision was approved in January of 24. The respondent attached documents for the projects. After review of the projects, it was determined that the first project was basically a quality control and assurance review and recommendation based on information provided by other professional services. The second project included design and preparation of plans for the landfill, and it's recommended that a civil penalty be assessed. The recommendation is that the respondent be assessed a $250 civil penalty for the review on the first project, and $500 civil penalty for the design and preparation plan submitted by the respondent, and also require the respondent to pass the laws and rules exam.
Do we have a motion?
Move to accept the recommendation.
Do we have a second? Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, looks like we're ready for number 2 then.
Okay. Number 2 is the signed complaint number 2024-035-981. This matter is associated with an individual whose license has expired. Respondent in this matter reported in the process of their renewal that they had practiced engineering in the time which their license was expired. In response, respondent admitted to having performed work on one project in the time which their license had expired. Respondent also expressed they believed their license to still be active when they worked on the one project. In support of this oversight, respondent notes that other states' licenses that which they possess reach their date of expiration in December of 2023 rather than an earlier month in 2023 as their license had in Tennessee. The recommendation in this matter is that they be assessed a civil penalty in the amount of $500 for the singular project which they worked while in an expired status, and that the individual be directed to pass the laws and rules exam.
Do we have a motion?
I move to accept.
Second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The next complaint being addressed is 2024-047531. The complaint in this matter was a referral from the Contractors Board in which the original complainant had alleged that their contractor had utilized an unlicensed architect for the designs associated with a 6,000 square foot duplex within the Memphis region of Tennessee. This concern arose due to the fact that complainant's residence, the duplex, is experiencing continuous flooding. When poor weather is in the area, a respondent's signature was found on the plans submitted for this property with the codes office. Respondent's personal and/or business name and address were unknown at the time the complaint was opened. No email presence, no online presence was locatable for the respondent. An investigation was dispatched in this matter to determine the identity of respondent as well as the facts and circumstances surrounding this complaint. The investigator in this matter was able to contact respondent and determine their mailing address as well as an overview of the projects on which respondent had created designs within the state. Respondent had generated designs for 7 projects total, with 1 being their personal address or residence. Only 1 design exceeded 5,000 square feet in total area, accounting for the exemption outlined within 62.2.105. Respondent clarified that they are a licensed architect in their home country of Venezuela, providing to the investigator their license number and educational history. Respondent further clarified that they did not know there were limits associated with the designing of residential properties for the personal owners of a property. Only that the design of the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing were required to be licensed professionals in the residential context. Respondent is utilizing the name GR Design as a DBA for purposes of signature, but this represents them only in their individual capacity as these are the initials of respondent. Respondent does not have a business license, does not have business cards, and does not advertise themselves as a firm. The recommendation in this matter was authorizing formal charges and the settlement thereof through consent order and civil penalty in the amount of $1,000, with this amount being reflective of a $500 civil penalty associated with her failure to register as an architect prior to practicing as such, as well as a $500 penalty associated with the actual designs that she submitted. And there's I apologize, this will be edited. The descriptions of the associated Tennessee Code annotated will be updated to reflect the variance between the 2 penalties.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Do we have a discussion? We can.
Oh, sorry. It should register now, Al, and there's just, can we only have 4 at a time, and I just turned mine off, so.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. And I'll ask, I agree with Frank's recommendation, but I do have a question. We I guess, used an investigator to go dig all this up. Do we know how much that costs?
We do. The investigations program offers they provide basically a receipt of their hours, as would anyone that works on an hourly rate. I've discussed this with Glenn as well, just because this is something that's not, it's kind of abnormal for your board, and the investigators move a little bit slower because they're just not well acquainted with this area of practice. Moving forward, what will be done when an individual, their identity is undeterminable, it will be presented to you, and then you will be asked, would you like to send this for investigation to determine who they are or whatever other detail is deficient, so that you will be the final call on that, if that makes sense.
Thanks, Chloe. I guess my question was really more oriented towards what did the investigator cost versus what the fine this individual is going to have to pay?
Let me pull up the exact numbers.
It's okay. I mean, I agree with Frank's recommendation. I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm curious.
Oh, yeah, I have the.
Well, just another question. I'm confused. This individual was educated or licensed and out of the country, but not in Tennessee?
That is correct.
So this person's providing architectural design on a structure that typically would require, that's greater than 5,000 square feet, would require a license.
That's right.
Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Ash, if you don't mind.
There is one $500 for failure to register as an architect prior to practicing as such. The other one is offered to practice prior to registration. What's the difference between the two?
So it'll be more clearly reflected. I'll edit it to do this. It was advised that they be penalized, one, for actually creating designs, but also for holding. So one penalty is associated for the actual creation and doing the job, and one penalty is associated with the concept that this person did actively go out and advertise themselves and was doing so for a period of time. So one is associated with a representation, the other with the act.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the tough things about this type of investigation is that this is a non-registrant. And so if you look at all our rules and everything else, it refers to the registrant this, the registrant that. And these are about the only two things I could find that actually fit this particular case. There are other, but again, this is a person working for a contractor doing small projects for them. And this one just happened to be bigger than normal.
I guess the problem I've got is, we just agreed to authorize a penalty of $500 because somebody practiced on an expired license after they've already demonstrated competency. This guy hasn't demonstrated competency, hasn't even taken the initiative to try to get licensed. And so to me, this $1,000 penalty seems low, extremely low. Because to me, the message we need to send to this guy is, this is not okay. This is endangering the health, safety, welfare of the public.
What they were doing for the contractor, for the most part, is they were well aware of the Tennessee law, and they weren't aware, obviously, of this particular residence that was over 6,000 square feet. But they're well aware of below 5,000 square feet and below three floors does not require a registrant. And that's the bulk of what they were doing. They were, I guess, confused, thinking that residential didn't fit that. And so they were over. But everything else that they've done was under 5,000 square feet and under 3 stories.
I make a motion that we approve the recommendation.
I second.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The next item is complaint number associated 2024-038601. Respondent in this matter is alleged to be operating as an engineer without having first properly registered with the board. Complainant, in support of their complaint, submitted the public minutes from the Bradley County local government meetings, within which respondent had signed on the line titled County Engineer. These plans all appear associated with road planning within the county. Upon further investigation, counsel for Bradley County was able to provide clarity on the respondent's role within their local government. Respondent does work for the county and is employed by the road superintendent. Respondent is not employed as an engineer in title. Counsel further clarified that their longtime county engineer was elected as the road superintendent in 2014. However, that individual was defeated in 2022 and replaced with a new road superintendent. The forms have not been updated to reflect the removal of the county engineer position. Respondent does not appear on social media or other public-facing interfaces to be holding himself out as an engineer, nor does he appear to identify himself as such on the recordings of the Bradley County meetings. Respondent has not provided response to this complaint, but is not subject to penalty for this failure as he is not a registrant.
Madam Chair, can I ask a couple of questions? Did a member of the engineering committee review this?
I knew that was coming from you. It will be added that James Collins reviewed this complaint.
Then I'll ask James, was this guy on his way to becoming a PE? Or the other question is, was he serving as some sort of on an interim basis as the
From
by
everything,
title?
yeah, from everything that I can tell, it doesn't appear that way. It was just, there was a form that he had to sign, that had to be signed by multiple people before it went before this board. And the very first line on it was county engineer, then it was road superintendent, and then there were a bunch of other signatures below that. And this person was signing that first line because the request would not move forward if somebody didn't sign that first line.
So he was sort of in an interim role since that guy was gone?
Yeah, so like Chloe said in her report, originally there was a county engineer, and then that county engineer became road superintendent, and then they disappeared. Well, obviously that form was set up when that person was county engineer because they were the one making those recommendations, and they just never changed the form. The person never represented themselves as an engineer. There was nothing in any of the meeting minutes where he was referred to as the engineer, anything like that at all. It never purported to be an engineer from anything that we can tell.
Okay.
It was advised that a letter of caution be issued related to holding oneself out as an engineer prior to proper registration.
Do we have a motion?
I'd like to move that we accept the recommendation.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Next is complaint number 2024-044181. Complainant in this matter alleged respondent had totally changed the report after leaving the property, and respondent refuses to include all pictures. The report to which complainant is referring is an insurance inspection which was conducted by respondent on complainant's property following a storm. Respondent provided response to this complaint stating they had changed nothing in any report, providing all images they took of the property, and further clarified that not all images were used because they were simply duplicative or unnecessary for generating the report. This was reviewed by Eddie Jett, and the recommendation was to close.
I make a motion to accept.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Number 6 is a represent. This was a situation where the respondent self-reported that their license was suspended in another state due to tax issues. The previous recommendation was to assess a $5 civil penalty. And after review of the facts, it was like previous counsel actually recommended that this matter be closed with a letter of caution, and already been reviewed by board member Eddie Jett. And so I reached out, and as the new recommendation is to be closed again with the letter of caution.
I make a motion, we accept the recommendation.
I second the motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Next matter, which is being presented for representation, is 2024-007-141. This matter was presented at the previous board meeting. It was requested that it be referred to a member of the board for review. It was sent to James Collins. The new information is review was conducted by a board member. Respondent had signed and sealed 19 sets of construction plans for public buildings as a structural engineer. In the time which his license was expired, respondent was cooperative, and he provided a complete list of all projects completed during the time of expiration. The recommendation was to authorize formal charges and the settlement thereof through consent order and civil penalty in the amount of $7,600, with this amount being reflective of a $400 civil penalty for each project sealed within the period of expiration, and that the respondent be required to pass the laws and rules examination.
Second.
Further discussion or any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The next matter which will be presented is the matter of complaint 2023-03-5981. This matter has previously been in front of the board. Respondent in this matter is represented by counsel and has rejected the previous consent order which was sent to them, which included a period in which time their license was in a status of suspension. They have asked, or opposing counsel has requested, that suspension not be a portion of the agreement if the board so agrees. Respondent maintains that he did not submit any plans to the relevant planning commission. I'm sorry, I'll start at the top. That's how I should do it. Respondent has communicated via counsel that they have rejected this consent order in its present form, specifically as it pertains to the suspension of respondent's license for 6 months, the reason being that this is not economically viable outcome for the respondent's business and his associated employees. Respondent maintains that he did not submit any plans to the relevant planning commission which contained errors or code violations, and that those plans which contained the errors were plans which were drafts to accommodate changes requested by the complainant, who is the client. Respondent admits that he changed the name on a check in error as previously addressed at prior meetings, and that he should have utilized better judgment prior to making this change. A proposed alternative agreement would be to authorize a probationary period for 12 months in which a list of all work products be reviewed by a reviewing firm at the respondent's expense. The respondent shall transmit to the board a record of all these reviews on the last day of each month. Respondent shall be subject to the opening of an administrative and/or board action in response to these shall not be subject to an opening of a complaint as a response to these reviews unless such reviews raise concerns of incompetence in half or more of all of respondent's peer reviews conducted over the period of 1 year. Respondent shall pay a civil penalty in the amount of $2,000, with this amount being reflective of a $1,000 penalty associated with proper conduct of practice, as well as a $1,000 associated penalty with governing malpractice. for the inadequacy of the design submitted and for not clearly delineating that they were a draft. And further, the respondents shall take and pass the laws and rules exam. So it's just a matter if you guys are open to this or if you are firm on, hey, we would like to proceed with a suspension, and that is where we would like to stand.
Alton?
Just need you on the mic down.
I'm sorry. First, the plans that we were given to review were submitted by the respondent, and I thought by the Representative Planning Commission. So the notion that they were just plans that he did to incorporate owner-requested revisions, I disagree with. Secondly, he did what the owner told him to do, even though based on the review that we saw, they were not competently prepared. That doesn't excuse him because an owner asked him to make the changes and he made the changes and they would have created situations that would have put the public's health, safety, and welfare in jeopardy, doesn't excuse him. I don't believe that would be a plausible excuse in any scenario, that he was doing it because the owner told him to. Third, I suppose, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of firms that have competent civil engineers and do these types of developments. I think one of the things, Chloe, that we may want to think about is providing a list, or if you need, members of the engineering committee can provide a list to you of firms that we know that operate in the same area that this individual does, that are competent and could perform those reviews at a competent level. I wouldn't necessarily be comfortable just saying, well, we'll open it up to anybody who can do it. I think we need to be selective about who we choose to do that. I don't, well, I do. I do have an issue with probation versus the suspension, but I suppose given the circumstances and to get this to the finish line, I would accept that for 12 months. Although I do strongly believe it should be suspension. But I'm willing to accept that. I understand the circumstances that that Commerce and Insurance is in on this. I don't want us as a board necessarily to be intimidated by the fact that somebody hires an attorney. And I'm not making any accusations that anybody is. I'm not. I understand that's an issue, but there's a standard of practice, and we have it for a reason, and we have this board for a reason. And when somebody practices at this level of incompetence, I'm not sure they should be allowed to practice. I'm not going to argue with the recommendation about a 12-month probationary period. I would like, however, for the engineering committee to either approve or be part of the selection process for the firms that would review any plans that we ask him to submit.
I just have a question about the reviews, if we do go down that path, is the way that I read this, basically, we would have to, we would not be able to take any action during the 12 months, the next 12 months after this is agreed to, because we will not be able to act on anything until at least half of the sets of plans that have been reviewed were found to be incompetent during that year's period. And I just wonder, with the gross incompetence that was shown in these plans before, do we want to let this guy continue to do this for 12 months before we have an opportunity to look at them? Do we want to do something where maybe, in a shorter period of time, we have the ability to be able to review what he's done, and if they continue to show this gross incompetence, we could take an action sooner than waiting a year to do that?
It's a good point.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the front end, we are all, just because there is counsel, you can reject this. We can move forward with a hearing because it will be contested, and that is totally fine. Do not feel as though that is not something the board can do. In terms of suggesting firms for review, I do not know if you have done that historically. I'm happy to research it. I do not want anything to come across as appearing that we are overstepping our bounds in terms of associating favor with a particular firm as a result of saying, maybe selecting them and stating that these individuals may rise to this level. But it's definitely something I can look into and represent on that front. And then in terms of the reviews, it can be adapted to the point where it's on a quarterly basis. If the project's review fail for incompetence, say 50% of the time, or if it in excess of a particular number show gross incompetence an X number of time, it can be set up on that basis as opposed to a year. This is very flexible, so consider.
I would recommend that in the first 6 months, every plan he does be subject to review.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's not, so this would be every plan be subject to review? It's just setting a standard for when you would take action if incompetence appeared present.
I'm saying, okay, so it will be, all of his work will be reviewed and submitted, and it has to demonstrate that at least, look, if that's our threshold, if at least half of your plans demonstrate competence, you're okay. I'm a little worried about that. I think we should omit that. I think all 100% of his plans should demonstrate competence.
Yeah. If you do the math, if the first one's incompetent, what's that 50% of? If the second one is, I mean, we don't take a whole year and then look back and go, well, 50% of them were. You can't do that. I mean, because you need to wipe that part out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, if any of it's found to be incompetent, it needs to be brought back.
I looked at additional oversight on these plans and found, I realized the position he took, it looked like reviewing everything he was asked, as many civil engineers are, to submit concepts for a planning commission and not necessarily for a grading permit or for building permits. And I get that, but it looked like the plans were sealed in finality without direction of for permit, for not for construction. That was one thing. The other thing, I would raise the fines, just because I think he demonstrated, I'm a structural engineer, I checked one of the retaining walls and they didn't work. And those were sealed on the plan. So I would up, if we go with this, there's a few thousand more dollars there of civil penalties that I would engage. Working out of area of expertise.
Jason?
I'd also like to clarify, when these reviews by a third party, will this person be paying for those reviews? Yes. Okay, that's as part of the, okay, just want to make sure.
Rick?
Yeah, I have now it's a two-pronged comment question. One, your comment about the fines. These are suggested fines. There's nothing that holds us to these numbers. If you feel like someone is in a greater form of egregious form of violation or whatever, these are guidelines to go with your comment. And I want to make sure I understand, if someone is reviewing the work, that this is not like a a lot of professionals, regardless of architects, engineers, they will submit drawings to the fire marshal. They will submit drawings to the local review permitting departments, expecting them to come in there, mark their drawings up, and correct them for them. And that is not the way this works. It shouldn't be. No, well, I know it shouldn't be. And then one more comment, and I'll stop, is that we're required to report someone who asks us to violate the code or the safety, health, safety, and welfare of the public. We're required to report that to building officials or other authorities. So this guy was just doing this, from what I understand. Hey, Rick, I don't want that beam in there. Okay. Well, that's just not how this works, you know? So, I agree with you. If you want to amend your recommendation to suspend him or put him on probation or whatever, or if you feel strongly about, terminating his license, that's your call, and I will support your opinion.
Mr. Nally.
Yeah, I just want to re-emphasize your point about randomizing selection of independent review, just for protection of the board, that the board doesn't appear preferential towards any other firm. I totally understand the importance of selecting competent firm for review, and I don't know how that would typically work in other scenarios of who or how it's selected, but I think that would have to be considered.
Yeah, what you're talking about is procurement, and procurement typically will be like an RFP. They'll send out a request for proposal from different firms or from folks within those jurisdictions. We'll set a criteria within the scope of contract. They'll look at that criteria and determine whether or not they can fulfill those requirements. They'll bid, and then we have evaluators. Those evaluators
Don't use bid.
Yeah, we can't do that, right?
They'll submit qualifications.
Yeah, they'll submit qualifications.
And my question is, who's going to review that? Who's going to review the qualifications?
Well, if it's at the respondent's expense, though, would it be a better idea for the respondent to submit a list of firms that they plan on working with, and the board select one, and since they're paying for it, we're not procuring anything?
Yeah, well,
No, I think that would introduce bias, because he could pick a friend of his. I would
think that's harder to do than you think.
Well, I would rather, again, I would rather go through the statement of qualifications process and let the engineering committee maybe participate in the selection of maybe 3 firms that would do that.
When you're for complaints, we have subject matter experts, vendors that do investigations. And so it's not like we can just go to any firm and just and select them for what. And since this is a part of a complaint, we'd have to use someone that was already contracted with the state. They have a vendor ID, and then he could reimburse, the state for that expense. But that's the only process we have.
Do you have a list of those? Well, how would you know what their practice is, though? Because, there's multiple facets of civil engineering: structural, transportation, environmental, civil, site design.
Yeah, that would be an engineering committee point at that venture. We would, I haven't seen the list because we haven't used the list in a long time. Because you guys have done a lot of the heavy lifting. You come from all the grand divisions, and that was sort of the point, is to put folks that are well established in their roles, like each one of you, and then to lean off that expertise. And that's why everyone is looking at these legal reports. Now, when you sort of have to beef up and go beyond that, it's so rare. We haven't done that. I've just asked contracts to give us a list. Who are those contractors at this point? But they would have, the evaluators that would have been evaluating those responses to those proposals would have been people associated with this board, probably members you knew, or that, so that's an old list is what I'm saying. It's probably several years old. Maybe it needs to be brushed up. Perhaps some of those have already expired, and we need to put a new RFP out there. But I don't even know what that list looks like because we haven't needed it, for a long time.
In this particular case, this individual's still out there practicing right now, and it probably shouldn't be. And going through this process sounds like it may take a while. And in the meantime, he could process 5, 10, 15.
Well, we could do
sets
that,
of
like,
plans.
we could use our membership here as a stopgap. Send those through to a couple of our members. We have two folks that sign off on an application review. We have members that look at the complaints as expert reviewers. And so we have enough expertise right here in this room as a stopgap to cover that if we needed to. We just have to be creative about it, but we can do it.
Then I suggest if that's the quickest way to get to that point, then we need to do that.
And that is always an option as well. If you guys feel is that that's something that you feel comfortable taking on, that every time he needs to simply submit to 2 members of the board throughout the entire process and not outsource to another firm, that's something else you could consider as well. But it's quite a bit for you guys to carry and not the expectation.
I never dreamed that doing a review as part of my obligation of being on this board would get scrutinized to the point where they said, well, wait a minute, you can't be independent. That's exactly why I'm reviewing the complaint to begin with, because I'm a member of the board and I have to be independent. But, whatever the quickest methodology for getting to that, as long as we have individuals or firms that this engineering committee agrees are competent, have the experience and the history of service to do that. And I think all of us know who those firms are. So can we get a list that you can submit to the engineering committee, the members of the engineering committee?
What I'll do is I've already made a note to myself. I'm gonna have contracts do that for us, because again, it's not an open process. I can't just take anybody I want, and there's a reason for that. I mean, it has to be it's not as and I know sometimes that can be maybe not necessary. There's a lot more flexibility in the private sector, than it would be necessarily in government. And on some level, it should be. I mean, there's a fiduciary responsibility that rises once you're in government, because it's a.
So what's the solution? What are you going to give us? What are you?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a list of the contractors that we have that are contracted right now. Those subject matter experts that we have right now that are available to you. If you're like, I don't like that list, then you can, at that point, within this body, review those yourselves and much like you would an application review or like you would a complaint, and then have 2 folks do that, and that would be your stopgap. You would have 2 people reviewing each of those complaints that are come in as a part of this complaint file. So list of the subject matter experts. We don't like it, then it comes back to us. We want a stopgap. Then we can then you can have 2 folks look at each one of his review each of his plans.
Mr. Wagster.
Okay. I was looking back at why the respondent rejected our consent order. One is, it says it's not economical, viable. Forget that. I mean, we're health, safety, and welfare. Mm-hmm. I'm not worried about his economy. The other thing is, and this is a question to y'all because you've researched it and looked at it. He maintains that he did not submit any plans to the relevant planning commission which contained errors or code violations. Is that true?
Not to my knowledge. It's not true to my knowledge. We were given a set of plans to review. Quite frankly, I'm not exactly sure where those plans came from, but it's plans that he prepared, and they were a full set of plans. And based on that review, again, we had nearly 10 pages of comments.
Okay, well, like Eddie, you said you'd looked at the structural on the retaining wall. Was that presented to the planning?
Yeah, reading through, it was hard to tell which plans were submitted, but I counted roughly 4 or 5 different seal dates where the drawings were sealed and signed.
Well, if they're sealed and signed, he's standing beside, by it.
And
Every
the
set
problem-
of plans that we reviewed was sealed and signed.
We need to stick with our original
Yeah, and so we couldn't tell.
6-month suspension.
It's to the imagination whether those sealed and signed plans were to the owner, which shouldn't matter, or to a planning
I mean,
commission.
I'm not buying his reason to reject.
And I guess the part where I would, if we did go with this plans, I would up the fines, even though the plans with the iterations involve some structures, some foundations, a retaining wall, and even though those fell within, less than 5,000 square feet, to me, when you sign the drawings, it's different because you're applying a standard of care. It doesn't matter if it's 3,000 square feet or 20, and the standard of care was not met, in my opinion.
Right.
And even, it would have been just words of for permit only. There was no direction on any of the plans for permit.
No caveat.
No caveat, no direction of design, and that was the.
We submit a tremendous amount of plans to planning commissions, design review commissions, board of mayor and alderman, or whatever. But on our plans, we always say, planning commission submittal, DRC submittal. That caveat is to the level, because the planning commission may not require the level of detail the set of construction documents do.
Exactly.
But none of that was provided to the board, the way I understand it.
And sometimes they ask you for things that are conceptual in nature, which is why you need those directives on there to protect the safety and welfare of the public.
I would like to make a motion to reject the new recommendation and stick with the original one.
I'll second that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, so just as confirmation on this one, we are sticking with the suspension. Will you also be upholding the previous fines that were imposed, just to be confident as we move forward?
I'm sorry, Chloe, one more time.
No, that's okay. So we are sticking with the suspension, and that's good. Are we going to stick with the originally suggested fines from basically the previous board recommendation? Just go back to those set of fines associated, or the question is that when this matter goes to a hearing, which violations would you guys like to see reflected in the filing so that facts are presented either to prove or be disproved in that circumstance? So we have malpractice, proper conduct of practice. There is also, it was, I believe, mentioned by Mr. Jett, acting outside of the scope of practice. How many particular categories would you like to address moving forward so that that can be clearly communicated?
Does that need to be in the form of a motion?
It would, yes, please.
Okay, so at the moment, we're in discussion.
In discussion, yeah.
I don't think there were, to my recollection, any fines talked about on the original recommendation.
Yeah, I think we don't, it's not in the original recommendation. I see new recommendation and new recommendation.
I think this one was the one.
That's the board decision. That was the board decision after the recommendation. That was a new recommendation based on new information.
That's when we
What was the original recommendation?
So I'm speaking in terms of the consent order, so I apologize. I thought that went through a review process. It was prior to my writing. So the three items that were addressed are those that I just articulated. So outside of the scope of practice, malpractice, and improper conduct would be the three bases under which the board would be pursuing action against this particular individual. Does that seem reflective of your perspective, or is there something additional that you would like to see?
No, I think that's probably reflective. I think incompetence falls under malpractice, doesn't it?
It would, but we
Yeah.
would directly reference the incompetent statutes as well. I just want to make certain that I'm not overlooking any of the board's bases for seeking the suspension, so that that's properly
Yes.
filed.
Then, yes, I would agree with those three categories.
Is that a motion?
Well, let me clarify, because did the original recommendation also include, once he comes out of suspension, that his work be, I thought it included that his work had to be reviewed.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So I want to make sure that that's still a component of this.
Thank you for noting it. We will pursue it within the remedies sought
But that
within
wasn't
the
the
notice of
original.
hearing and charges, or within the consent order, which is initially communicated prior to filing. So those three bases of violations: a requirement that the individual submit plans post this period of suspension, and then additionally the 6-month suspension. And to clarify, you are not seeking any form of civil penalty. You are only seeking suspension in this matter, and then post-suspension review.
Mr. Thompson?
That was my question. That was going to be my question. Are we going to apply any fines to this for civil, or do we just leave it like it is and move forward with this suspension? I think that's the last piece of this, that we can move on after that.
Yeah, I agree. Given the fact that we're authorizing a suspension, I would bow to the will of the board, but I would be willing to forgive the fines. I mean, I would think suspension would be enough penalty.
Yeah, Chloe's tough. She's getting ready for that formal hearing for you is what she's doing there. So she's getting
I'm
loaded for bear.
I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm kind of like skipping over myself. It'll get cleaner, but I do want to make sure. And then the other thing is say, hey, you go to this hearing and suspension is not authorized. If I don't file additionally seeking penalties, you could end up at a flush, at a wash, with no outcome as a result. So that's also a consideration that you should give.
That's a really good point, and thank you for bringing that up. So whatever our recommendation is today, if it goes to a hearing and we don't prevail on the suspension, anything else that we have in there could remain and prevail.
Yes, so the way that it'll go in is what I'm pleading is I'm going to the court and I'm outlining these are the facts that we know, and as a result, the board is now seeking, which is within their purview, a suspension of the license. I have the ability to write in that you are seeking revocation of a license because you have authority to do that, or that you are seeking civil penalty for each individual violation. So you have authority for all three of those categories. Traditionally, these complaints are pled where all three are considered an option. And how it comes down is at the will of the board at the end, or the ALJ sitting alone in the matter. But you have to ask for them in the original pleading.
Okay.
So I can ask across the board if that would be preferable.
Then I'd like to make a recommendation that this board consider suspending the license for 6 months, requiring that every set of plans he produces over the next 6 months, once he comes out of suspension, be reviewed by, I don't know, a firm acknowledged or recommended by this board, or firms recommended by this board, at least initially, and the imposition of a $2,000 per incident fine or penalty.
Mr. Wagster, Mr. Tibbs.
Is there any way we could just, the new recommendation, if for some reason that one, like if they were to, if not prevail?
You want to make it contingent on the fines being contingent
Can we
on?
just, yeah,
if the-
well, I guess I'm asking you, I probably should ask you, but I was wondering, maybe do we as a board feel like if for some reason we don't prevail, then we at least want the new recommendation, which says, that, you know, except for the 50%, you know, we want to strike that part out of it. But, I mean, hopefully we won't prevail, we will prevail, but, you know, since she wants something else. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out, because it says what you said, except it's $1,000, I think, right? No, 2,000, it says 2,000.
Yeah.
2,000, yeah, except for the 50%, which is, I don't know why you get away with doing half of your, I don't understand that one.
So in clarity to that point, say, hey, we kind of want to make the choice that it's there. Traditionally, the ALJ that will sit in the matter, when it's filed with ADP, we're traditionally the ones drafting the order that we propose for entry. So in that proposed order, it could be written to reflect only the suspension if so approved. So it wouldn't be written up with both of them in it, acknowledging that that is the intent of the board in the process.
Okay, but I do agree with what Brian was saying. If that's not upheld, then the probationary period would be a fallback secondary position.
And with the probationary period, it's also asking for something that is in statute and has basis, but that one's it appears a bit more tricky to me in terms of that coming down in an order from the court, if that's necessarily an outcome that would be put on paper, the requirements, the details of a probationary period, if that falls outside of the purview. Traditionally, have your hearings been ALJ alone, or have they been in a board capacity?
We haven't had one with this board, not on my tenure, but I believe, and I want to speak out of school, but, and maybe some of you guys have been here longer, I believe you're the jury, ALJ is sort of makes it, and then you go from there, and that's how it's conducted. And then Chloe, correct me if I'm wrong, but in essence, what I believe Chloe's trying to do here, since we haven't polished up our formal hearing, maybe we get our chance, I don't know, but one of the things that she's trying to do is kind of like what you agreed on, that suspension, that's sort of like a plea bargain, you know? You can take that, or we go to formal trial, and then we open up the doors, and then all of these things we can come to play. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just thinking that you could take this deal and save the piece of your license that's there, or you could go to a hearing and you're done.
What we don't want to do, and what Corey's trying, I think I said Chloe, it's been a day, isn't it? But Chloe's, what we don't want to do is say, this is what you get, this is your plea bargain, and we're not going to go any higher at trial either. Well, take me to trial if we can only go down from here, you know what I mean? But if it can only go up, now you're like, man, you know, if they're going to open up these other, you know, possibilities, you know, how strong do I really feel about my case? You know, that sort of a thing. So that, I think
All you got to do is look at those plans.
Yeah.
You ought to feel really strong about your case if you take a look at those plans.
And so that's what, and for she's just wanting instruction. And of course, Chloe, correct me, I'm not trying to speak for you, obviously. But, you know, what we're saying is this is our plea bargain suspension, you know, for 6 months. And then we're reviewing your work. I'll pull the list, you know, and then if we don't like the list, 2 people reviewing the stuff. And then but just so you know, we're opening up these 3 other avenues for you. And you could there could be a revocation, there could be a hefty fine, there could be all of that. If you go to the formal hearing.
Mr. Parker.
So a detail of this, because I'm a little confused. So we've been dealing with this now for months, okay? This individual's out there practicing, and it you know, whether good or bad, this individual's out there practicing. So with our recommendation of today to suspend the license or to, I forget the exact words, but do they stop today, or do they have to wait till the hearing, which may take how long to get to?
So you have to wait for the hearing. It's just, you haven't been convicted guilty of something is the answer, quote unquote, is the way to describe it. So it would take me a period of time, maybe 1 to 2 weeks, to get something drafted and truly reviewed, and then it will be filed, and then it may be a month prior to a pre-hearing conference in which everything gets scheduled. I anticipate that I would send discovery in this matter, which would typically be given a 30 to 60 day window of response. And then at present, APD, which we would have the judge present here with you, he's correct, if that is your prior setup, you would either have to be at a board hearing, or you could authorize me to go in front of an ALJ sitting alone who would act as fact finder and the purveyor of the law, just basically a bench trial. And that would probably not occur until early of next year. It may be a little quicker, ALJ alone, without the board acting as jury, just because we have to wait till your meetings occur.
So one more clarification. So this individual continues to work until we have the hearing?
Yes.
And let's assume that his license is suspended or whatever, but he's been she been working on a set of plans for months now, okay? And they're about to submit those plans. Will they be able to submit those plans once that the decision of that hearing is made, assuming it's a negative decision?
They will still have the right to appeal it. So they have 30 days to enter an appeal. And if you appeal something, the judge would kick over to your traditional court system, has the capacity to put a stay on it and to hold, so they could just continue practicing following that. So the answer is it's uncertain. It's possible that they could submit them depending on the next action steps they took. But it would take 30 days for the order to become final. And if not appealed, then after that, it would show an expired status, and your codes office would see that's expired. I'm not taking this seal, or I'm sorry, a suspended status.
Is there any act that can be decided upon today that would enforce immediate probation or cease and desist or anything like that?
There is a concept referred to as there is an emergency action that is provided to every occupation out there, where you have a summary suspension, and it occurs in a much shorter time frame. It has two formats which it occurs in, one which gives the opportunity for hearing in front of y'all, the other which occurs immediately, and then they have 7 days to appeal it to y'all. I have not effectuated one in the context of a board and would have to look at the details. I have effectuated a number of them in the context of a program. But there is something in the laws, not within your laws, but within the laws that govern occupational licensure as a whole.
Is there a mechanism of informing the council, his council, of our intent, that we are rejecting that and we are going back to our original recommendations? Is that something that we can let them know right away, or?
I could communicate it to him tomorrow, or even this afternoon, that is the intent. The difficulty in this is the mechanism of communication, given how frequently y'all meet. I would just have to work out the details and be able to communicate back through Glenn as to kind of how that works step by step. But there is an option that stops things closer. It's a very high bar. You have to perceive that there is an immediate threat to the health, safety, and welfare, and you have to be able to
I
substantiate.
think designing a retaining wall that doesn't work is an immediate threat. I think there are other issues that appear on that set of plans that would be immediate threats. I have no doubt that any competent engineer reviewing this set of plans would come to those same conclusions. So and I agree, I think, Melanie, what you were trying to get to, what's the fastest mechanism to get this to stop? So, Chloe, can you give us a recommendation? And I want to make sure that we're inclusive. I want to make sure that we don't leave anything on the table or undone. I want to make sure that whatever we decide to do, it's not a one and done thing. If we fail at one level, then we have another recourse beyond that.
May I ask just Glenn a question? Okay. So everyone has WebEx, right? Just as a confirmation. Yes. So here is what I would propose that y'all do, or that you permit me to do, is that I can take this back to his counsel and say, your offer is rejected. You agree to your 6-month suspension, the 6 months probationary period afterwards with terms of review. We haven't addressed civil penalties, but let's skip that for right now. We're gonna take that and I will propose it to him, and I will say, if not, the board has expressed that there is concern regarding that, immediate concern regarding the health, safety, and welfare of the public. It's a little, and if we do not hear a response on this offer within a period of 7 days, we will convene the board again in an emergency capacity to authorize summary suspension of this license so that you have it effectuated, and then at that point in time, we proceed forward. Generally, these are incorporated when there is the intent of revoking the license in the long term. So this is a little different than that, but that's about the fastest thing that I can offer you. That also gives his counsel opportunity to respond and kind of know the board's position. Does that seem fair?
And I just have to do a statement of necessity, which is 2 days to the Secretary of State's office for that meeting. So that's all, for us to do that. And obviously, that would rise to the level if someone believes there's a immediate threat to public health, safety, and welfare, and is trying to convene a emergency summary suspension, then, certainly that'll rise to that bar. So, and it's been a long time since we've done one, because obviously, thank God, we don't have those things run across our table as, very often. But so it would probably be within or shortly thereafter that week, so from today.
Is that the acceptable format? Do we need to have?
I would just, I would let you guys know, collectively that, hey, we throw out a couple dates that would work for you, with all of your schedules. And once I lock that down, then I would draft a statement of necessity to send up to the office, and then it's all Chloe from then on.
Do we need a motion for anything?
Can you motion to accept the settlement offer, which includes a 6-month actually, let's reverse. Can we clarify, we are not looking for any civil penalty. It's just 6 months suspension and 6 months of review post-suspension at present in this settlement.
That's our quickest mechanism.
That would, yes, this will be the, hey, this is your last chance.
Yes.
This is what we're offering you. So it doesn't really, it's not a matter of speed, it's just a matter of what you truly want to see as a result of this.
And is that your recommendation?
Probably, I think that a suspension is it sends a pretty good message, I would say, comparatively. It seems very fair
Yeah,
to me.
if the suspension is imposed, and again, I agree that offsets the civil penalties. Sure, I think everybody else agrees with that too. But so moved. I would move that we follow that directive.
Okay, if we could motion to approve me to act to offer a settlement and to allow it to remain open for a period of 7 days, and then following this to readdress a summary suspension if so necessary. Yeah.
So moved.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, we got a little feedback. I don't, there's only 2 people online, so I'm not sure why there's any feedback and one's here. Oh, okay. All right, very well then. So we're good.
So we have a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chloe.
And you will get further information, because I know this process is new to you, so I will disseminate it through Glenn. You will get a lot more on it.
Glenn, I congratulate you on your decision to take lunch.
I knew it.
And thank you, Chloe.
Nope, you got one more. That is an addendum to today that I'm going to walk around and hand to y'all, but not nearly, it won't get there.
Yeah, you do have one added that we were waiting on the last minute, but we wanted to get on the report if we're meeting, because we're going to meet another 2 months. So, and we had one little piece that we just need to sort of sew up, and so that's what she's passing out to you now. So this won't be. Well, I'm not going to say anything. Hopefully, this will go well.
Good job.
Thank you. I'm glad you're on our side.
If we can just recess for 5 minutes, we want to make sure that we sew it up and have all of the pieces that we needed in that last one, that last motion. So she's gonna step out for just a second, make a quick call, and then we're gonna recess for 5 minutes, if that's okay to the chair.
Let's take a brief recess.
All right, thank you. 5 minutes, Ben, we'll be back. Chair, I think if you're good to go, we can reconvene and then get after this. I think, well, hold on just a second. I think everyone's settling in there. Hello? I think we're almost good. We've lost one member, but it's okay. He wasn't voting member, so I think we're okay. Chair, are we ready to reconvene? All right.
We are ready to reconvene.
Thank you. All right, where we left it, we were going to get into this addendum, but before we do that, did you want to address the board?
Yes, I did. So I was just able to communicate. So just as a little bit more on the summary suspension, these are very big deals. So I really want to talk to you about them. The standard for them is a really high bar. As I said, it's an immediate threat, and it is something that we'll have to circle back on, just because there is one aspect to this that the board has been aware of this complaint for quite a while, and that's what causes me pause. That an immediate threat is something that generally, historically, is always something that you take immediate action on within becoming aware. So I'm going to take it back. Mm-hmm.
Just so you know, we made a recommendation.
We'll just need you on the mic there.
We did, as soon as it was registered, as soon as the complaint was registered, it was sent out to a member of the board member reviewed it and sent it back in, and we discussed it at the very next board meeting.
Yes, I should say it's even a little more immediate, a little more immediate than that. It would be something more, you'd be saying the magic words, we need to summarily suspend this person, not offer suspension. So it's something where within a quick time frame, someone is saying we need to summarily suspend them and seek action, affirmative action that we are taking to get it revoked through an authority, either ourselves or higher through an ALJ. Whereas what the board has done previously is said, we've sent an offer of settlement that includes a suspension period. So I'm just highlighting that this may be a hurdle that may come to say you cannot meet the burden of summary suspension because you cannot prove that it is an immediate threat as it has presently sat.
But I've got two questions. One is, the recommendation was suspension.
Mm-hmm.
The initial recommendation was suspension. I will tell you, I did not know that during the review process, if we saw something like that we had the ability to raise a red flag and say, well, stop, you got to stop this guy right now. I didn't know that we could do that. I thought the protocol was review it, make the recommendation, submit it, the board reviews it, and the board decides what action we would take.
And
No, that's a very reasonable response. And I kind of had thought that maybe, hey, we just didn't know that this tool was in our toolbox sort of
Right.
thing. And we do now
I will ask, did y'all know that we could do that?
Yeah, and it's just something moving forward. Now we all know, and what I will do is I will put an informational packet together on it where you guys will be aware of the standards and you will kind of know what would be the anticipated procedure in response. That's absolutely something legal is here for. I'm just letting you know in this circumstance now that time has passed, that there may be an issue kind of getting approval, and legal may perceive it all the way up through the chain, and legal may perceive it as too much of a risk because of that time passage to seek summary suspension. We will absolutely go after it in a traditional court of law or in the ALJ and seek the suspension you're looking for. It's just in this one case, there is a little bit of hesitancy, but we will circle back once we've gone all the way up. And then in the future, if you guys ever encounter this, you will have this tool that you are aware of. You will know the standard it is, and you can raise the red flag and say those words, and that's what you're here for. If you believe it's an immediate threat, then legal over here will take immediate action. But I'm just giving a little bit of a pump break on it to let you know, hey, let me run it up. Let me make sure this is the right move for y'all. And simultaneously, I'll get moving forward on the other terms that we were looking for. And if nothing else, get it through an ALJ. If that seems fair. I know it's not optimal. I know it's not the perfect answer, but it's a safe answer in terms of the standards under summary suspension and normally how they are handled with people's licensures, how quick the response is.
Yeah, appreciate that detail. And then just, I don't believe there's any other additional action. You've already noticed your intent. So, and I just appreciate the due diligence and that sort of walking us through that. And so we all have that collective awareness. And that will be a mitigating factor that you just described, that lack of collective awareness. And the fact that we mentioned we haven't done one in how long, several years. So, but thank you, Chloe. I appreciate that lift. That was a heavy one for you on your first meeting. So appreciate it. All right. Did you, the addendum then, is that where you want to go?
Yeah, did everyone have the opportunity to read the addendum? Does everyone feel comfortable? Complaint number 2024-035-961. The complainant in this matter is actually out of a codes office within the western region of Tennessee, and respondent submitted sealed plans for review. The complaint itself alleges concerns of incompetence on part of respondent to have effectuated the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire prevention plans, which were submitted under respondent's singular seal. The associated project is, by general description, the remodel of a 4,000 square foot, 4-story building intended to be classified as an R2 building, which I understand to be like a private recreational use building, but defer. Respondent is registered only as an architect within the state and is sealing plans which include the aforementioned features. And this appeared abnormal to the complainant. However, respondent did provide the codes office an attestation of competence associated with the completion of their plans in the entirety. Respondent in this matter provided an initial response to the complaint in which they expressed a bit of confusion as to what the complaint was alleging. I followed up with the complainant to request evidence of his competence to effectuate mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire plans. Respondent provided a letter in response outlining first what the plans included, in which he stated it was a change in occupancy status and the addition of a smoke-proof stairway. Additionally, respondent provided a list of other projects which were of a similar scale to the project at issue, which he stated had been approved in the past without issue, and as well as a general affirmation of competency related to the firm with which he is associated. And finally, respondent expressed that if there were issues with his plans that had already been approved, that this should have been raised in the review process, not via the complaints process with the board, which has caused respondent delay in his project. It was also noted in the review that the respondent's signature fails to meet the requirement of its exceeding the circumference of the seal as outlined within the following regulation. This was reviewed by 3 board members, and at present, the authorization is to request on the basis that there may be some confusion in the way that our manual is written, additional proof of training and or education which substantiates respondent's ability to effectuate and seal mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire prevention plans for representation to the board to determine if he is competent to have sealed these.
I would go back to our quote 3-legged stool exam, education exam, and experience. And instead of training, I would put experience.
Okay.
I think the law says education and experience.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Per the amended language. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, would like to ask if there could be one amendment to this to include structural Because as the review has been going on over this last week, we also found some problems with structural plans that were part of what the architect sealed as well.
We do have a amendment and a motion on the floor. So would you like to? We could probably, well, we could amend that motion. So Jason, if you would like to amend that motion, you're the one to make that motion.
So I'd like to move to accept the recommendation, but also to add in the structural element and to change training to experience.
Thank you. And then we have a second now from Brian Tibbs, and then Madam Chairman.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, I'll be real brief. It is on the agenda, so I'm sorry to do that to you. But what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna read my notes so we won't get into some sort of long discussion, if that's okay with you for the sake of time. I know we gotta get you guys on the road, so. But it's been a long day, full day. Thank you for being patient. If you turn to page 10 of your reference manual, you remember there's a highlighted portion. Just keep going until you see that highlighted and you know you're at the right place, all right? And while you're doing that, I'm gonna read this to you. This is really the edit that I'm recommending. It's in order to be more exact. I would like to make this edit. Primarily, since we don't conduct competency reviews with incomplete information that could interfere with active complaints or future complaints. That's the idea. Is that this could be sort of viewed as that little blog or that line, confronted with the suspicion of incompetence, he or she should contact the board if she wants to make or for the board so that it can make such judgments. Talking about a building official here, and so. What we're saying is, we make those type of judgments in complaints. Well, we judge, because if you're in violation of a competency standard, we don't do preliminary reviews per se. That's if we get a complaint referral, then we're going to adjudicate that then and with its proper process. What we don't want to do is do sort of a preliminary sort of competency review, subjective, without all the information that could prejudice a complaint later. That's really so. We want to keep ourselves. We don't want to somehow undermine our processes that are there for a good reason, and somehow well-intentioned and good meaning as we may be, somehow back into that territory, and maybe give someone the wrong idea based on that language. So instead of it saying, confronted with the suspicion of incompetence, he or she should contact the board so they can make such a judgment. I would like to recommend that we put confronted with the suspicion of incompetence as described by the rules of professional conduct. So, because that's the standard, right? That's the scope that we're evaluating this under. So we want to be more exact. He or she may file a complaint with the board so they can make a final determination is what I want to put in and just replace that with.
I'd like to move that we accept this revision.
I'll second that.
Got a motion from Frank Waxer, a second from Rick Thompson. Any further discussion?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
So now, new business if we dare.
If there's no further business to be presented to the board or to be discussed, this meeting is adjourned.
All right.
And welcome aboard, Chloe.
That's right. We need a ceremonial passing of the gavel to Jason over there,
That's right. The gavel changes next time.